My lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Duke Deserix, Raptie, Thandria, Gayfesh, Uncle Gumbald, Cheeto, Punk Corpse, Raptie, Grouchy Ash, Sammy Starbarker, Velvet Formless, Cotton D-Pad, and from the YouTube chat, excuse me, Ursula V, Max Sips, Rhodes, Patrick Cheek, Bree, Mother of Mudkips, Lillian Alt, Femboy, Eddie Spencer, Dark Canuck, Lucy Hayes, and Malmart, Cameron Lee, Sweet Siren Ain, Ron's KFC, and Xerox, and Cookie, and Bastard Collection, and Sofin, and Punky Gal 90, and Queen Laura. Everybody, I hope you are having a wonderful day, and I hope you enjoyed our little opening with some Pathologic 1 music. All of the music that you heard in this opening section was from the OST of a really wonderful game called Pathologic. Specifically, that's from the first one. There were 2 Pathologic games. Pathologic 2 is my favorite game of all time, and Pathologic 1 is shortly, is like just underneath it. It's complicated. Play Pathologic 2. If you haven't heard of Pathologic, if you haven't played Pathologic, go play Pathologic 2 right now. It's the best game you'll ever play. Warning, it's really hard. Really, really, really hard. Okay? There you go. I hope you are all, it is a very scary game. Yeah. So just so you know, today might be a slightly shorter stream than usual. And the reason for that is that I had my, I got my vaccine booster last night, and to be honest, it really made me really fucking tired. But that's okay. I felt like I wanted to, I don't know, hang out. Pathologic Classic HD. Pathologic, there's really no reason to play anything but the Pathologic Classic HD. Pathologic Classic HD has a retranslation. They went through and they hired a bunch of translators, so the game has a much better translation and it runs a lot better on modern equipment. That said, I will always say you should play Pathologic 2 first. Pathologic 1 is a wonderful, beautiful game, but it has a lot of jank, and even the developers recognize this, so yeah. Yeah, it seems like now I'm hearing, it's weird. Before I got the booster, it seemed like most of the people I talked to had said that the booster was not all that bad, but now that I mentioned that I got the booster, everyone's like, oh, the booster kicked my ass. I'm like, oh shit, well, I wish I would have known that, but whatever. You know what, it's all good. By the way, if you are here, please press the like button down below. We have a lot of fun stuff to talk about today. I'm gonna go for as long as my little heart can keep going. Actually, I probably have a pretty large heart, all things considered, given that I'm tall. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Press like. Likes always bring in more viewers, and I would love to have more viewers on this wonderful Friday. Before anything else, though, do you guys want to see something exciting? Do you want to see something really, really, really fucking exciting? Watch this. I'm going to show you something really exciting. Hold on. Let me get it up here. I got to show it. Oh, we're so close. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this. 16,996 subs. We are 4 subs away from 17,000. We have gained over 300 new subscribers in the last 30 days. And that, my friends, is fucking incredible. My lovely imps, our numbers swell. So we want to keep getting those likes. It's obviously helping. You notice how I've been irritating everybody to press like and subscribe more frequently? Well, as it turns out, the more I remind you, the less likely that people will forget, and then YouTube will leave me in the dustbin because they care about button presses. You know, so I have to annoy you, but it works. You all press the button and then it gives me the chance of a future on this platform. Isn't that incredible? What an awesome trade-off. Am I right? Am I right, everybody? Yeah, go get your booster. Just so you know, everyone at this point, unless you're like 4 years old, and at which point, why are you watching my show? I say way too many swears. But everyone who's not like 4 years old in the United States should qualify to go sign up for the booster. the newest booster is really, really, really good, okay? It's called a bivalent booster, okay? And that doesn't make any sense to you, but to medical people out there, that will make sense. And I'm gonna explain what it basically means to you. What it basically means is that it's designed to act on 2 different mechanisms, so it actually addresses 2 of the ways that COVID fucks with you, which is really good. It means that it's very good for your immune system. Go fucking get it, okay? Mr. Krabs123 says, hey everyone, it's me, Socialist Potato. Well, now it's Mr. Krabs123, mostly due to me and another friend having a similar username, and I decided to change my name so that no one got confused. Well, congratulations, Mr. Krabs123. Congratulations. Yeah. It's the super booster, okay? The other one was Capitalist Yam 1321, maybe. Yeah, congrats on the name change. Nobody use the dead name or I'll kill you. I will personally kill you. That's a joke. This is a joke. We exist in the joking zone, okay? I showed Merrick your doo-doo fart salute on her stream. Oh, hell yeah! Doo-doo fart. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll kill you in cultist sim. No, I'll just, you know. Anyway, hey, ornate letter opener, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. I have been playing a bunch of Pathologic, as you probably can imagine. That's part of why I played the music, but also because every time I feel sick like this, when I start to get feverish, it reminds me of Pathologic, a game that takes place during a plague. Yeah, so I've been playing through Pathologic 2 with Doe. Doe has never played through Pathologic 2. Doe has only ever played the intro, so this is our first time going through together, and it's been a really, really fun experience. And I've also, simultaneously, been playing through Pathologic 1, which is Pathologic 1, like I said, it's a much jankier game. It plays very differently than Pathologic 2, even though a lot of the core themes are there. Yeah. With Doe is my partner. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so that's been really fun. I've been happy about that. Wow, good job, Rhodes. Well done. That's pretty hard to make happen. Unless you cheat. But what is cheating in the face of death, huh? Death cheats all the time. Did you see the thing in the news about that bat thing that happened recently? Yes, I did. Of course I did. My job is to expose myself to the horrors of the world and then cry about it off stream and then come onto stream and help you all deal with it in one way or another. That's basically my entire job. Just kidding, haha. My real job is getting people angry at me on the internet for incomprehensible reasons. That's my actual job. Sometimes they're more comprehensible than others, but most of the time they're just, they're just incomprehensible. We're gonna talk about that in a little bit, but for now we're gonna hang out and chill and, and be calm and relaxed for a little bit, and I'm gonna warm up my voice and all that. That's why I'm here. I know, Raptie, I know you wanna argue with me. Guess what, everybody? You're probably, unless I get really tired and my tummy hurts or something, you're almost assuredly going to get your long-awaited wish for a debate. That's right, it's been a very long time since we've had any sort of debate, but tonight we will be having a debate, which is very interesting and should be very fun, and hopefully won't be, it's probably going to be pretty chill, but nonetheless it will be interesting. I will be debating Raptie about AI art after I give my take on AI art, which obviously gives me an incredible advantage because I will get to explain. Actually, does it give me an advantage or a disadvantage? I'm basically giving Raptie the answers to the quiz. So maybe actually Raptie will have the upper hand. Yeah, because I don't know what any of your arguments are going to be. But then again, also, I'm right. So, no, I'm just kidding. That's a joke. Mr. Krabs123 with the $5. Here is a good Zoomer meme I found. All right, we'll judge it. It's early enough in the stream. Here we go.
Fucking got them big keys! I gotta get out of here.
That is a Zoomer meme indeed. Well done. They have the fake J's. That sucks. Squidward should get the fuck out of town because nobody likes a poser. Uncritical support to Chair Demon Mama in her fight against AI. Listen, I'm gonna go hard, okay? I want you guys to all understand that. So, you know, this is your chance. Muster your strength. Go tell your friends that it's gonna get spicy because it is gonna get a little spicy, okay? I was nice on Twitter. I'm not gonna be nice on my stream. This is my stream. This is where I talk about what I want to talk about. And I was nice. I was nice last night. And I'm gonna show you first. Don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get there, everyone, okay? Don't worry, we'll get there. There was something else I was gonna say. Oh yeah, the news. The news. Y'all may have heard of a hurricane that is absolutely decimating entire cities in Florida right now. It's pretty unfortunate and sad. And a lot of people are hurting right now. And that fucking sucks. And I really hope that everyone in the area affected by Hurricane Ian will be able to get what they need and will stay as safe as possible. I'm sure there are many people who've already been injured and things like that, and I just hope that they're able to recover. With that said, we need to get with the picture. We need to get with the program, so to say, as a people, as a species being. Humans, especially Floridians, need to think about how we're building things, and we need to seriously reanalyze whether it's a good idea to build a lattice work of canals so that you can have cheap beachfront property, but that gets immediately decimated in the blink of an eye the moment a hurricane that's more than you expected comes through. Because the answer, the situation we find ourselves in over and over and over again in the United States specifically, but especially in places like Florida, is that there is no, we basically pretend that nature does not exist in any way, shape, or form. We basically convince ourselves that storms don't happen, that water levels don't change, that none of it matters, and the cost is in human lives. There's an old saying that goes, there are no such things as natural disasters, only man-made disasters. And the reason for that is, nature's gonna nature. Storms are going to happen, and they actually happen in a relatively predictable manner. Not always perfectly predictable, but we always know they're gonna come. So we have to be ready for them. And we don't really do that. In America, we build the cheapest McMansions imaginable so that you can sell them for the most amount of money, so that you can make the most amount of money with the least amount of cost investment in there. And then everybody's just sort of, you know, it's a free-for-all whenever some sort of natural event occurs. By the way, thank you very, very much, Ron's KFC, for the incredibly generous $20. I play the game Destiny a lot. One of the most badass voice actors has to be Deborah Wilson from Mad TV. She voices Savathun. Check her out. Oh, that sounds awesome. My partner plays Destiny 2. I don't really... I played the Destiny games a long time ago, but I don't really play them anymore. I played Destiny 3.0. She voices Kills in Shadow, aka I don't know any of this stuff. So all these references are gonna go over my head, but I'm glad you all are having fun with it. I think if we allow AI art to exist, it will only be a matter of time before it starts replacing actual artists. Culture cannot be dictated by AI owned by corporations. You know, I partially agree with you, and I partially disagree with you, but we're gonna get into that in just a little bit. Yeah. Old people go to Florida to die. Well, there's a joke about it being God's waiting room, but keep in mind that there are a lot of not old people that live in Florida. There are a lot of people who were born in Florida. There's a lot of young people in Florida too. We have a lot of big schools in Florida, but Florida is like one bad storm away from getting blown off into the ocean. I know that's like a comical image and not realistic, but that's basically how you should understand Florida. Guys, like, oh, can I find, let me see if I can show you some of this like storm surge. Like, I don't want to just sit here and watch like horrible footage of a storm, but like, oh my God, it's absolutely off the rails. Like, hold on, let me just show you real quick. Can I show you guys this? Here, watch this, okay? This is a predictive satellite image based off of the data that was gathered during the storm, okay? So as requested, here's a similar storm surge map for the Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda area. Make no mistake, water kills. So here's what it looks like normally, okay? And this is predicted storm surge. So after the storm surge, everything in blue has at least some level of depth to it afterwards. So that, now some of this is pretty shallow, but a lot of this is 3 feet or deeper storm surge, meaning, I mean, it's hard for you to imagine, but I want you to imagine what it would be like if your house had a foot of water on every surface, okay? Every single surface. And any surface that is slanted, the water would roll off and make the rest of the water deeper. And that's an idea of what people are dealing with. Here's a 30-minute time lapse. All right, let's watch the 30-minute time lapse, okay? Here you go. Here's your, you know, it's very windy, but this is a normal road, okay? Let's watch this. Let's watch this, okay? We don't got any sound here. Let's just take a look at it, okay? Here comes the water. See that water coming in? Now that road is a river. Now all those roads are a river. Now that road is a lake. Okay? So yeah, that's basically, you know, what you're looking at. Oh, this keeps going. It looks like a film from the 30s. Yeah, it kind of does. There we go. And look at this. This water is rising up to the level of the street signs. Okay? Brim says Cape Coral, Florida may not even exist the same way after this. They literally built the entire town with 400 miles of canals at the mouth of a giant river at the Gulf of Mexico. This city was an urban planning disaster in the making. Yes, I know. Cape Coral, all right? Cape Coral, I've been to Cape Coral, okay? I've been to Cape Coral like a bunch, and also towns that were built identically to Cape Coral. This shit, all it takes is a tiny bit of water and all of this floods. And the reason why this was done is because they could sell little McMansions. They could sell beachfront, waterfront McMansions for people with boats for a discounted price. Okay? It's not just city planning. It's a society that encourages the most short-term thinking imaginable, a society that is incapable of living beyond the moment, a society that is incapable of looking backwards, and a society that is incapable of looking forwards, a society that is so desperate that it can only see what is immediately in front of it and what it can make in that moment. Aren't they more expensive for being waterfront? Yes, they are. They're more expensive for being waterfront, but the trade-off that makes them affordable is the fact that they are placed in a nightmare tunnel of canals. I wish I could explain what it was like. When I was younger, one of my family members lived in an area very much like this. We would spend it's really funny. So somebody that we knew lived in one of these canal cities. And I'm not kidding you when I say it's neighborhoods. They look like suburban neighborhoods, but on every side, there's like an entry into a canal. So like imagine a normal suburban neighborhood, but every other road, instead of being a road, it's a canal, okay? And so but otherwise exactly the same. And to get to somebody's house that's deep within the canals, you gotta drive around and around and around suburbia for like 20 minutes. And of course, there's no grocery stores or convenience stores built in there because it's not zoned for that. It's zoned residentially. So you have to drive out of this big maze of suburbs and canals to get to anything. Killjoy says, I just looked up the height regulations for those signs because they are very highly regulated and good rulers. The water is probably 4 or not 5 feet deep. Those signs are 7 feet tall. Isn't that absurd? Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is that America is not prepared for climate change in any way, shape, or form. We're not even prepared for what has happened so far. We can't even handle the storms that are coming at us now. And it's not because they're not manageable. It's not because they're not capable of being handled. We can build, we can plan our cities, we can choose to live in areas that aren't so dangerous, but we don't because it's not profitable to do so. It doesn't match with our society's chosen values. And our society's chosen values is Jeff Bezos having $850 billion while you have nothing. So, yeah. I was gonna say, No, that's about it. I guess that's all I really have to say. Like, I mean, God, the footage is out of control. If you want to confront your fear of climate change, I mean, fuck, can we just like look? I can just show you some of these, let's see if I can find some of them. Look at this shit. Hell, this is from Time News. When Hurricane Ian made landfall in Florida on Wednesday, it was one of the most powerful hurricanes in American history.
Sitting in the dark, not knowing what's going on, what's your house. We had to evacuate on Monday when they issued the mandatory evacs, and we came here.
This is, by the way, look at this shit. This right here is a bunch of boats and stuff piled up against somebody's house where the wind blew it.
Flying over the roof and through the yard. Just very scary. We have kayaks in the house right now, so the plan is, so if it starts coming in and the weather's calm, I have a lot of people in these areas, and all the shelters closed before we could get there. I really think a lot of us are going to be hurting after the storms. You know, I think it's important to let people know that.
This has been, I've heard this compared by numerous sources to another Katrina. And I don't know if you guys remember, but Katrina basically destroyed the lives of an entire American city and everybody in it. And a lot of those people have never gotten back what they lost in Hurricane Katrina. So, yeah, like the destruction, yeah, look at this. Joe Biden says the destruction from Hurricane Ian is likely to be among the worst destructive hurricanes in American history. Like, you guys realize that, like, it's not slowing down anytime soon. The reason why this is not like a uniquely strong hurricane. We've had worse hurricanes. It's just, it hit a place that had no preparation whatsoever because nobody does preparation. Nobody cares anymore. We like to pretend that nature doesn't exist at all. We got another one right here. Yeah, here we go. Here you go. Let's just watch this. I've been to this beach. I've been to this exact beach multiple times. Wait, what the fuck? I've been to that restaurant. I've been to that literal restaurant. And look at how much the water is. Look at this trash can. This is like a 3.5 to 4 foot tall trash can, and it's just increasingly getting buried underneath. This sign is like, this is a 7 foot tall sign, and it's like almost halfway there. You're talking literal, evenly 3 to 4 feet. That's like the ocean has just become your house. And look, it just keeps getting worse. This is only an hour later. Let's see how bad it gets. Look at this. This is 2 hours later. This sign is almost at the actual sign itself. This is like 5 feet deep. Just so you know, if you happened to be here at all and like if you tried to be there, you would first of all be getting washed away by the surge. But secondly, you would not be able to touch the bottom. Inside stores. This is in where stores are. This is in where people's houses are and cars are supposed to drive. Yeah, it's pretty shocking. It's pretty fucking shocking. Look up the beachfront. It's literally just a sandy beach for miles. Oh, I know. I've been there. I've been to that beach. There's nothing there. It's a tourist beach. Florida known as wet Alabama? Yeah. Yeah, as Amber says in YouTube chat, the water being halfway up the garbage can is enough to make your car float away. It looks like a tidal wave is gonna hit. I mean, yeah. I know that no one will remember, but Lake Charles, Louisiana is still rebuilding from their last hurricane. No federal relief there. I've talked about this. Listen. I've talked about this since I literally made my channel. You guys, before I even started streaming, I had already experienced something like this. I lived through one of the worst wildfire years in Californian history. I lived through that. It was fucking terrible. And the help didn't come. They just shut your power off and said, good luck, evacuate. If you don't have anywhere to evacuate to, and if your shit gets destroyed, you have nowhere to evacuate back from. And no one is going to help you. There's next to no benefits when that happens. If you have insurance, you might get money for it. I've talked about how what climate change is most likely going to look like is a lot more like a bunch of fortresses appearing with a bunch of skeletons outside the walls. Climate change isn't just going to make some places totally no longer arable land because of how dry they're going to get. But climate change is going to lead to people having to evacuate from storms and then having nowhere to go back to and nowhere to evacuate to, which means they will all go to the centers. They will go to where there are people and they will stack up there, and the people there who are primed by American fascism will turn their guns outwards. The walls will come up, the guns will pop out, and those who are unlucky enough to be trapped in the outside will either have to learn how to live a good life in the outside, in the hinterland, to borrow from a book I recently promoted on here, or will have to find a way to squeak their way into the cities. Windleby says, that's what they did to the fire refugees in my area. A lot of the people who lost their trailers in the fires are having housing built for them, but it's not a federal thing. Yes, there of course will be some examples of people coming together to help one another. In fact, I think that's our only way to survive. But the federal government is not going to be the one that does it. It might not even be the state government that does it. In many places, the state government is just going to give you one of these. It'll be like Fortnite, keep out of the storm, except imagine if the world's fastest cranker on the entire planet was just cranking and building a wall right around the edge of the storm that you couldn't walk through. A metal wall. As fast as you hear this, you hear the and then you're done. Climate fascism is already here, but it's coming for you. It's coming for you. And I mean that. And I know people are gonna say, oh no, isn't it fear mongering? No, it is coming for you. Unless you are already one of the elite, unless you already have money, unless you are already loaded to fuck, it's coming for you. How defeat fascism. How to defeat fascism with the power of love. Chapter 1. You cannot defeat fascism with the power of love. Chapter 2. The power of incredible violence. Ron's KFC with the extremely generous $20. Thank you very much. I lived in Okinawa. Summer through fall was typhoon season. The buildings and neighborhoods were built to withstand typhoons and the heavy rains and floods. It's sad that the US can't figure this out. Yes, it's because the US doesn't care. In the United States, poor people and anybody who is not, I shouldn't even just say poor people. Anybody who is not ultra rich is expendable. You have to understand that our entire economy is tooled around squeezing resources from the lowest rungs of society up to the top rungs of society. There is no, I don't think there's a country on earth that hates poor people more than America, okay? And I mean, and also a country that has a more generous definition of poor people. Because I'm gonna tell you this, those people living comfortable middle-class lives, they're getting fucked too. Because as it turns out, as the economy gets worse and worse, they slip closer and closer to the widening gulf of poverty. Yeah, that sounds awesome, Killjoy. That sounds fucking awesome. There isn't even a proletariat anymore. But yes, the average person, the person that most people listening to this show and most people engaging in these spaces are indeed, you have been cast. You have been put into a caste. You are in the working caste. You are in the working class. And the working class is less about what you do and more about what you have been decided, like what your role has been decided for you. The working class is expendable. It's not really actually about whether you're working or not. It means that if you're not working, you are expendable. And if you are working, you are expendable up to a point. That is the way that America treats its working class. Please don't have a shitty opinion on AI art, I swear to God. We're gonna have fun, don't worry. It's gonna be really good, okay? By the way, if you are here, please press the like button on the YouTube video. It takes only 1 second, and every time we get a burst of likes, we always get a burst of new viewers. So please help us grow the power of hell by pressing the like button. My show is free to the public and 100% viewer supported. I don't have any sponsorships or anything like that. So if you want to support me by first pressing the like button, second, pressing subscribe and ringing that bell, and third, consider throwing some money my way. I would deeply appreciate that. Can't wait for the AI part because I like the AI art. Oh boy, we're gonna get into this. Don't worry. Thank God I'm gonna be busy with Zomboid, otherwise I'm gonna be malding in chat over this AI art shit, actually blackpilling. Oh, don't worry, Windleby. I have a feeling that you won't be able to distract yourself with Zomboid for very long. Because I can tell you already that judging by the response that I got on Twitter, there's gonna be some malting. There's gonna be some severe malding, okay? Like severe malding, okay? Yeah. Oh, don't worry. You'll get it. It's all good. It's all good. My take on AI art, I don't care and I don't understand why people do. Because some of us like to discuss art. Have you read Berserk yet? Not yet, but I would like to. It's on my list. What do you think the odds are that AI art becomes a feedback loop and ends up untenable? Almost 100%. You guys are gonna hear, okay? After this segment, I'm telling you, this is gonna be, I can already tell you, this is gonna be highly polarizing and probably someone's gonna try to cancel me over it, but it's okay, we're gonna get there. No, I haven't read Berserk. I'm very familiar with Berserk and I know a lot about Berserk, but I've never actually read the manga. I just never had a copy of it. Huh. You can unsub if you want to. It's not that I don't appreciate it or whatever, it's just I just don't have it. Oh, don't you worry, Lilith. We'll make everyone very happy by the end of this. I'm an enlightened centrist that don't have a strong opinion on it. We'll probably fix that. Sneak peek on whether it's generally positive or negative? No sneak peeks allowed. It's worth every penny. Oh, I know. I would like to buy the full physical edition of Berserk and read through it. I just haven't yet. It's too expensive to get all of them, you know? Yeah, so and I'm really interested to hear people's opinions because it's gonna be good. Yeah, if somebody, maybe, you know what I need to do? I need to set up one of those like gift lists on Amazon where people can buy you shit as a gift if they want to. That would be so cool. I don't know how to do that. DM embraces transhumanism and transhumanist art. Of course I do. AI art is not transhumanism, nor is it transhumanistic art. We'll get there though. What's the difference between AI art and art made by corporate media? Well, we'll talk about that in just a minute. Oh, I know it will though, psychosocialism. You can also add things on the list which aren't on Amazon. Yeah, what's the website though? Is it Amazon the one? Have you been able to read up any more on Cuba? No, because yesterday I slept for 12 hours after I got my shot. I thought I was gonna be able to stay up, and then I got my shot and I was so tired, it felt like I was walking around in a pool of butter. And so I just laid down and slept for 12 hours. And then I woke up and I still felt like shit. So yeah. I haven't been able to do as much reading. Also, some of you might be wondering, oh mama, didn't you say on Wednesday you were gonna have a conversation with Ocean Keltoy? And you are correct, I did say that, but we actually had to reschedule at the last minute. And I was already really tired and I didn't have anything else planned. So it's been moved to next Wednesday. Next Wednesday, we will be having a conversation about anti-theism and polytheism and pluralism next Wednesday. Should be pretty fucking sick. Yeah. So that should be a really, really good one. Should be great. Have you seen the John Oliver episode on AI art? No. I haven't seen anybody else's episodes on AI art. Apparently some other people have been talking about it. I did see Shoe on Head's take. Shoe on Head and I both tweeted about the same about the same viral tweet. And we actually agree, believe it or not. Wow, who could have foreseen that? After everything, the one take that Shoe on Head and I agree like 100% on is AI art. There's going to be AI generated religion someday? What if there already are? Watch, imps. Everyone will start having an opinion after I put mine out. Oh, that already happened. That already happened, okay? We're both cynics. Yeah, I guess we are. What do I think about the future of religion? I try not to think about the future anymore. That's a joke. Obviously I do. Anyone who has any attachment to how art has affected our culture is going to have the correct take on AI art. Yes, but soy-facing, like soy-facing tech bro nerds without a drop of creativity in their body always find a way, don't they? They always find a way. Do I know the Rocco's Basilisk? Oh, don't worry. We're going to talk about Rocco's Basilisk as well. Okay? I fear not the dark god. I fear not technology, for there are greater powers that yet exist in this world, ones with which you are not prepared to grapple, ones with which Rocco's Basilisk has no power against. We should probably just start, right? It's been 48 minutes. I should probably just start talking about AI art because no one's gonna let me move off of this until I just talk about it because everybody's talking about it now. Do you think tech marines from 40K would hate AI art? No, they would love AI art. And the reason for that is because, actually they wouldn't like it at all. Actually, you're right, they would hate it. They would hate it because they're fascists and art is degenerate and makes you have weak sperm. And yeah. Art is about how a piece makes me feel. Well, we'll get there. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, everybody. All right, let's take a look at the likes. All right, we have 148 likes, but 220 people watching right now. Is there any fucking chance that you guys can press the like button? Is there just any chance that we can get everybody who's here watching, all 220 of you, to just press the like button? Because if you guys all press the like button, then there's a really fucking good chance that we'll have way more than 220 people watching, which would be fucking amazing. I would love it if we could get a lot more people watching. So if you haven't, you know, it's just like, show that nice neck and I'll send you a like. Here you go. There you go. Look at that. Look what I'm willing to do. You're holding the like hostage depending on the take? Okay. Cam mama? I could do it probably. It's basically what I do. I'm basically a cam girl, but I just don't get naked most of the time. No, we don't negotiate with terrorists? Whatever. A cam mama? Yeah, I am. $11 and I will share this take. Wait, so you mean if other people give me $11, you will share the video? Did you hear the story about Merrick's face injury? No, what happened? Wait, what? Merrick was in my dream last night, which is really weird because I usually never dream about real people, but 2 real people were in my dream last night. Merrick was in my dream, and secondly, David Lynch was in my dream again. I am thoroughly convinced, by the way, that David Lynch is a real dreamwalker because I've had 2 separate dreams where David Lynch, just like David Lynch, as accurate as you could be, was in the dream and we had a conversation. Yeah, so it's definitely, I'm pretty sure he's a literal dreamwalker. Yeah, like as himself. He was David Lynch and I had a conversation and it was actually a nice conversation. Yeah, if it was after it was almost certainly after midnight. He did come to my dream to let me know it was Friday once again. Well, that makes sense, Alexander. Doe is very memorable. Was a talking monkey with a human mouth involved? No, but I do love that one. That's very funny. Get real. A dream on your fucking telephone? No, actually, the thing is, Dreamwalker David Lynch apparently has nothing against me because he just comes. In fact, the fact that he's visited my dreams twice makes me think that he likes my dreams. So I take that as a compliment. I tend to have very, very vivid dreams. It's really interesting. I've always had, ever since I was a kid, I've had extremely vivid dreams. So I just get the feeling that he comes by my dreams, he's like, damn, it's nice in here. Yeah. No one. Demon Mama. Doe is good. It's true. Doe is good. Listen, I am the world's biggest. What's the equivalent? Not a wife guy. I'm like a deer girl. No, wait, that makes it seem like I'm the deer. It's like a wife guy. It's a critter girl. There we go. Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, wow. Did you guys see this? It's creature. It's a creature. How can I not? Oh, and just before we get into the bulk of today's content, let me just say something once and for all. If you're deranged about dough on the internet, get a life, okay? Like, straight up, if you're deranged about dough on the internet, you have a special problem, a unique problem that has not yet been discovered by mankind and might never be discovered, but it is a unique and unhealthy form of derangement. People who are obsessed with like being mad about dough, a person who has literally the worst, the most mean thing that dough has ever done to anybody is say, I don't really like your take, and here's why. That's like the hardest that dough has ever gone in its entire life. I have never once in my entire life seen dough go hard on anybody ever, in real life or online, and yet people are demented about it. Maybe that's why people get so demented, is because dough is able to make them feel like they're, you know, criticize their ideas and behaviors without being an asshole about it. And they're just so used to, like, I don't know. They're so used to like being angry at everybody. Morgan Sucks says, I had a dream where these Men in Black CIA types asked me if I know Vosh, and for some reason they showed me a weird folder of book with the Family Guy version of Vosh in it, and I said he's a completely apolitical Bloodborne streamer. I don't think that was a dream, Morgan Sucks. I think that actually happened to you. I think you got taken to a black site. Have you checked for lost time? Have you like checked for previously unrecognized needle marks? I'm pretty sure you got taken to a black site. Rhodes says, didn't Doe go hard on RGR near the end of that one thing? Actually, the only going hard that Doe did at RGR in that debate, the debate, by the way, just for the record, just so we're clear, the debate that RGR heckled Doe for days for, not the other way around. And we all, just so we're clear, at the end, Doe simply repeated the blunt version of what the argument RGR was making, which was that when Doe talked about its experience with being sex trafficked, that Doe just said, so you're saying it wasn't about sex, it was an economic decision. That's fucking crazy. So yeah, that's as hard as Doe has ever gone. And that wasn't even that hard. So yeah. Okay, Merrick's face injury story is brutal. Her cat scratched her face while she was sleeping, and she lost so much blood that she probably went into shock. Like, she had tons of symptoms of serious hypovolemic shock, which is bad. She didn't want to go to the ER, so she just bandaged it. Which, for the information, go to the ER if you have symptoms of shock. What the fuck? Holy shit. Holy shit. How did I miss this? Oh my God. Oh, wow. So the cat scratched like under the eye. That makes a lot of sense. Holy shit, I didn't hear about that. That's fucking absurd. Oh my God. Well, I hope Merrick's gonna be okay. It looks like Merrick's recovering now. Damn. Holy shit. Oh, I'm seeing the tweets now. Jesus Christ, that's rough. Fuck. Cats are so stupid. Look, I don't hate cats at all, but I will say cats are, the way that cats love is so much more violent than other animals, okay? They don't get it. Cats have like something in their head that makes them like not be able to process that violence to other creatures is bad. It's so fucked up. They're the meanest creatures. It's so fucked up. I am not anti-catboy. What the fuck is wrong with people? That makes sense. It's because they're an apex predator? Yeah, probably. It was sleeping on her head and jumped off or something. Oh, that's so sad. Cats are so strange. Which animals are evil? I don't really think any animals are strictly evil. Maybe like you could argue like shoebills or something like that. Like some of these birds, like animals that like murder their young for fun. Like those maybe would be evil. Humans definitely capable of being evil. Yes, humans obviously. But all right, everybody. It's time. It's time. It's time, everybody. Oh, let's stretch. Woo! It's time to talk about AI art, okay? We got a lot to talk about. So, where to begin? I have a lot of opinions about art. I talk about art. I make art. I consume art. I have a lot of opinions about art. And as it turns out, some of those opinions make other people angry. And one of those opinions made people very, very angry. Let me show you real quick just how much I'm talking about right now, okay? So this is a tweet I made yesterday at 3:22 p.m. It's actually really funny. I made this tweet like while I was extremely tired and about to go to bed, and anyway, it made me laugh. The responses I was getting to it made me laugh really hard. Yeah, that's not like me, Demon Mama. You never have takes which make people angry. But so this got 2,000 likes, which is, you know, that's pretty damn good for one of my tweets. That's a lot of engagement. And then it also got 47 quote retweets and over 170 retweets. And it was very interesting to me. It was something of almost like a psychological experiment, because seeing the responses to my tweet, which I'm gonna read my tweet, was certainly very, very interesting. So we're gonna talk about both my take in general and the responses to the tweet, because I think that's funny to do. And I think that it's gonna be really funny once you guys see what I'm talking about with some of these responses, okay? So before we do anything else, let me lay out my basic take on AI art before we even go to the tweet, before we get into the memery, because I wanna start in the kindly mental vibe zone that will get people prepared, because I'm not gonna be as kindly as things go on. And there's a number of reasons for that, and I'll explain, okay? So here's my basic opinion on AI art. I don't think that most of what we refer to nowadays as AI art, you know, like DALL-E Mini and a lot of these AI art tools are art. That doesn't mean they're not creative. That doesn't mean they're not enjoyable. That doesn't mean they're not fun, or that they're not capable of beauty. I just don't think that they meet by themselves, in and of themselves, what I would consider art. Now, of course, art is completely and utterly subjective, just like everything else in the entire world, more or less. Art is subjective, and it is my subjective opinion that AI art isn't art, at least not by itself. Now, that doesn't mean that AI art can't be used as a part of something better, or that AI art can't be provocative or interesting. I just don't think that it meets the definition of art. And the reason for that is because I believe art to be a creation of a thinking, sentient being. That is what I believe art to be. Art, for me, requires a social element and an element of intent. And so, and I think that's a fairly, like a fairly reasonable definition. Do you consider landscapes art? Landscapes? You mean like the landscape itself, or a painted landscape? And how about pollock splatters? Pollock splatters are absolutely art. Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely. And there's and it's pretty easy for me to explain the difference between various things. And we're gonna see, as we dive deeper into this take, the interesting directions that people ran with what I said about AI art. But the reason why I care about intention as a component of art is because I think that that is, in my opinion, an essential portion of art. Even if you cannot always discern the intention of an artist because you can't get into their mind, the fact that you can engage with it, that you can connect with the person who made it, that people can connect together through a piece of art that was made by somebody else, that is an essential part of art. Art is an expression of what is inside us that we have trouble expressing to others. Art is an expression of what is inside us that can be shared with others. Art is not simply something that pleases you or something that just appears in front of you. I don't think that a sunset is art unless, and I'll say this, that's partially because I'm an atheist. I don't think that anybody hung the sun in the sky. I think that it can be beautiful. I think that it can be breathtaking. But I don't think it's art. I think art is something different. Is the person making requests of an AI the artist? Or is the person making requests of the AI an artist? I think an argument can be made much more strongly that the prompt that is used, that is fed into an AI, is more artistic than what the AI produces itself. What the AI produces is a facsimile. It is a simulacra. An AI essentially searches through a number of representational images looking for something that fits the definition of what has been given to it on a piece of paper. It is only a response. It can only search to find things at the behest of the prompt. The prompt would be the artistic portion. Is the careful art sampling of artists' paintings to feed the AI an artistic process? It could be. I do think, by the way, that the code that makes up an AI, an art creating AI, that itself can be a work of art. But I don't think that the images that the AI produces are in and of themselves art. Back when photography first came out, there was an opinion that it wasn't art, and I'm curious if this is the similar intent as Demon Mama. No, I obviously think photography is art, but you guys have to recognize that there's a significant difference in these processes. Like, this is one of the things that really annoys me. Something that's really annoyed me in this process is, and to be fair, I should have known this going into it, because the people who think AI art is art are mentally robotic. No, that's too mean. I'm sorry. I told you I was gonna get mean. I don't want to be too mean. Hold on. Let me, I'm sorry. I lost my cool there. It's a binary thought. It's this idea of, if you don't think AI art is art, well then anything that uses technology must not be art. But that's not what I said at all. Not even a little bit. Can we define AI art? Well, see, that's the thing. It's really hard to define AI art. And this is part of the reason why I don't have strong opinions, like I don't have good opinions about AI art. Because what you're calling AI art is not even AI. That in and of itself is a sales pitch that you are repeating. what we identify these days as AI art is not an AI at all. There is no artificial intelligence. There is nothing even close to an artificial intelligence operating that. What there is a sharpened but rote machine, a machine that can search for words and find images that have been tagged with those words and go, yes, these are the thing, and then it can smush them together in a way that hopefully will satisfy your query. Floofy Momo says, humans dream about stuff we are familiar with and have learned or seen. If you've ever been able to see what stuff is made of in a dream, like if you learned how to be lucid, it's actually really fun, odd stuff like the text is all fucked up. AIs are trained on databases and essentially dream up whatever they're generating, but of course it's not sentient. There's no purpose behind it. The AI art bros just want to steal art from artists without having to pay them. We're gonna get to that, but that's not even what I'm gonna talk about. That's not even what we're gonna talk about quite yet, okay? Yes. So, a synthesizer or a photograph is a tool. It is a thing that we can use to do something with, and we can tweak it. And I do believe, by the way, that there are pieces of AI art that are engaged with by a person on top of the generation by the AI in such a way that it makes it art again, like it returns back to being art again. And, or I guess it never was art to begin with, but it goes into the realm of art because there is someone with intention going in and tweaking and making changes and adjusting this and making something that they made. But the original AI art is not that, okay? It isn't. It's not that at all. What you have instead is a husk. What you have, okay, let me ask you this, okay? If you came home, okay, one day, if you came home and your partner, let's just pretend, maybe you don't have a partner, but let's pretend you do have a partner or a best friend, okay, if you don't have a partner. You came home from work and you walked inside and you walked up to your partner and your partner said, I love you. I hope you had a good day. Mwah. And they did it exactly like that. You would probably feel like there was something wrong, okay? You would probably go, what's going on here? And then if you walked to the other side of your partner and you saw that there were a bunch of clicking gears going together and a little motion sensor, and when you walked in the door, the motion sensor clicked on and it turned green, and then the gear clicked into place and it's produced the I love you. I hope you had a good day at work. And then you were like, wow, that's my girlfriend. I sure love my partner. The truth is, you would not, of course, no one would argue that that is your partner. That is just a machine that reacts to something happening, a stimulus occurs, and something pre-programmed pops out. Okay? So, and this is functionally what we have going on. What we have going on here is something akin to that. You have a machine that can recognize prompts, and it can produce what it has been told already by somebody else. It can produce what it has been told to bring forward. There was one of these. Let me see if I can find the actual one. Hold on. I want to just real quick. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the one that I'm talking about. The one that really got my brain juices flowing. 1 second. Let me just see real quick. Hold on, just 1 second. Let me see if I can bring this one up. Here it is. This is the one right here. Okay, I'm gonna show you this one real quick. Okay? This one right here. So this piece of art right here, they say it's soulless. Okay? So what we have right here is two vaguely human shapes. This one gets pretty mushy and strange and a little bit eldritch horror-y. It kind of looks like it's forming two sphincters here, and there's some guts sort of piling up in the background. Now, when you look at this, what I see is, hello, honey, I am happy you are home. This is we can presume that this is imitating the image of a kiss. And we are supposed to know, well, kisses are a good thing. It's a representation of a representation of a representation. It is so far from the actual thing. Art is supposed to capture and evoke something meaningful. Art is about meaning. It is about something that can be derived by other people or by yourself. So what we have here is something that loosely fits the shape of what we see as a kiss. We see this and the machine is telling us, you should feel glee, witness kiss, feel glee. But that's not what's happening. This is not a person. This is not another person. This was not made by a person who observed people kissing and has feelings about creating what it looks like to kiss or what it might feel like to kiss. It's not about, it's nothing. It is just an image imitating the loosest form of a kiss. So that's my general basic opinion on AI art, especially AI art in its current form. Now, some people are going to go, oh, you're just a primitivist, neo-Luddite, art snob, whatever. No. Please, get back to me when you develop a sentient thinking machine. I'll see if you can get to sentient AI before climate change happens. We'll talk again, okay? We'll have a second conversation once you create a machine that is sentient and sapient, a machine that is not just taking in inputs and putting them out. And some people might say, oh, well, aren't humans just taking in inputs and putting out outputs? And I would say, if you think that's what humans are, please go touch grass. Please go touch grass, okay? Because humans aren't just response stimuli machines. At least fully actualized humans aren't just response stimulus machines. Humans observe the world. They internalize the world. Their brains and their emotions and their feelings, and maybe even if you're a dualist and you believe in souls, I don't, but their soul processes the things that they see, thinks about them, recontextualizes them, reimagines them. And then some people decide to try to capture that internal process. Even the most copycat artist, even the most unoriginal artist is engaging in a process that is so much deeper than that which these AI art projects can engage in. There is no meaning or direction behind the decisions made by an AI. So, you probably shouldn't have gotten high before watching this. No, it's a great time to be high. See, that's an interesting thing right there, too. Humans being able to get high. Humans can experience altered states of consciousness. We can reflect upon our altered states of consciousness. We can take our experiences in an altered state of consciousness and we can replicate it by engaging in an artistic practice. It's not an easy thing to do. It's in fact a very messy and fuzzy thing to do with a high rate of failure, but so is it. Okay, Thick Boy says my algorithm changes on LSD. Guys, okay, this is where I don't actually care if people call me a primitivist or a Luddite when I say, please do not think of yourself like a fucking algorithm. Humans are not algorithms, okay? Algorithms are incredibly basic. They're incredibly, phenomenally basic. In your mind, there are an incomprehensible amount of changing by the moment, algorithms operating at once, which make you who you are. Not just one, not just two, not three, not even 1,000, millions, an incomprehensible number of competing concepts and ideas firing all at once and finding harmony nonetheless. Humans are literally biological machines. I think that's not even true. Humans are not are at the God, how do I do this? People aren't dolls. People have a person, me, you. We are made up of millions of other life forms. I hope you understand that. Let's be clear about that. You are made up of millions, billions of other life forms. You are an entity. You are a conglomerate. In your guts, there are all kinds of creatures that only live because of you, and what they produce feeds your body. Your cells of your guts are not you. You are not just the cells of your guts, but they are a distinct living creature. Yes, I agree. Niana, the computer is the single worst metaphor for the brain. We do not store information the way computers do at all, and computers are inferior for nearly everything except for certain types of mathematics. And that is because computers are precision machines, but humans are fuzzy machines. If we can be called a machine at all, we are a machine that can handle unpredictability. We are chaos dwellers. We are chaos makers. That is what all humans, even the most orderly human, is a machine of unfathomable chaos. AI art is no such thing. AI art does no such things. Yes, and that's true too. Killjoy says even calculators are incomplete because they do rounding errors all the time depending on how they're programmed to round. Yes. Imagine an algorithm that can write itself and does so constantly. That is sentience. Correct. And of course humans do logical fallacies, but not just logical fallacies. We don't just do logical fallacies. We do fallacies, we do imperfections because that can introduce evolution. Because it is our imperfections, it is our imperfections that led us to where we are now. Every single step in evolution in the entire universe is a process of deviance from a norm that does not exist. There is no norm, you understand? Maybe sentience is the wrong word. I might be using sapience. I'm sorry. So I sometimes get those two words mixed up and I apologize. Isn't AI art a collaborative effort of a lot of artists with their own purpose? No. And let me explain why, okay? Let's think about some of the things that AI art fails on that normal art does not, okay? AI art obliterates context, and I mean that. AI art obliterates context. You do not know what it is using to make the art. You do not know what it's drawing on, and you cannot know, barring maybe some AIs that would store that data somewhere for you to go and find out exactly what it grabbed and all of that. But even still, those decisions were made arbitrarily. They were not made with intention. There wasn't an inspiration there. It was simply trying to match a word to a picture and mix that picture in to satisfy the query. There was no creative action going on there. It is tag, tag, tag match, mush, tag, tag, and it can get different. You can program it over time to make different decisions, but at the end of the day, it is acting on the identification of tag and tag, 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 mush. That's it. So what you actually have here, what you actually, what you have going, wait, hold on, I'm trying to remember, here, hold on a second. Isn't AI art collaborative effort of a lot of artists with their own purposes? No, because what you have in real collaboration is something that can be traced and connected, okay? Imagine this, even if, let's say you find a piece of art in a, you know what? Let's say you find a piece of art in a Goodwill, okay? You're in a Goodwill and you find a piece of art that strikes you. It's interesting, it's amazing to you. You're like, what the hell? And it's very clearly, you know, you can, you know, I'm not talking some kind of like random, like, you know, like a decommissioned fucking motel piece of art. I'm talking about you find something unique and you go, wow, maybe you can't find who made it originally because there's something standing in your way. But that piece has a source. It has a human source. And if it wasn't human, we don't have to be humanist about it because I'm not really a humanist, but it has a thinking, intelligent source. You know that. Even if you can't necessarily find it, you can take a quest to go find who put this here? How did it get here? Why was it made? What was it? What was its purpose? Additionally, it has a context that it exists in. It is pulling from other things that exist in the real world. What AI art does is only that last one. AI art only can pull from what already exists in the world and remix it according to a pre-programmed set of steps. That's it. So while the process of creating a AI algorithm can be an artistic process, what that AI algorithm produces is, in my opinion, not art. Red All Theory says, in your opinion, does art need to be made by a human with intentionality or a sentient being with intentionality? If so, another species makes something artistic. Would you be willing to call it art? Of course I would. In fact, I would be willing to call art made by actual AIs art. But what we have now is not that. So there are a number of levels that I'm acting on here. First of all, it's the idea that there is not an actual intelligence here. And to answer that question directly, yes, I don't believe that a human is key here. I think any like thoughtful intentionality, a mind must be able to create it. A mind that is capable of thinking, a mind that is capable of introspection. So you consider an actual AI to be sentient? If you have managed to create a machine that can introspect and improve and has, you know, feelings and emotions, that a mind that is able to engage with the world and evolve, of course, sure, that's perfectly fine. But we don't have that. We're not even close. We're not even like, we're not even a little bit. We will not know when we will do that though. We're not even close. We're not even remotely close, okay? Remember that monkey that took a selfie or those painting elephants? I count that as art because a creature capable of having basic thoughts made it. I would as well. Of course I would. A monkey picking up a camera, learning the machinery of the camera, and taking a picture because that satisfies it and makes it happy is a rudimentary form of art, but it is art nonetheless. Bottling Sunshine with the tier 2 sub, thank you very much. I'm an artist that travels to conventions to sell their work, and the number of times I've heard people ask if someone's original art was AI generated kills me. We're gonna get to that part of it too. There's no way that monkey knew it was taking a selfie. Well, you don't know that actually, but I don't know. Maybe it was an accident, and in that case, maybe it's not art, but I don't really think that's super impactful. But yes, I do believe elephants at least seem to have demonstrated the ability to create art. So let me just, now that we've gotten this laid out, now that I've sort of laid out my basic ideas, we're gonna pop over and we're gonna have a little bit of fun, and I'm gonna start being a little mean. Just a little bit, just a warning so nobody gets their fifis hurt, even though you probably will, okay? Real quick, though, before I do that, press the motherfucking like button. There are 250 people watching. I know a bunch of you just got here. We only have 211 likes, so please press that like button and consider, if you do not subscribe to Demon Mama already, press that subscribe button and ring that goddamn bell, because I'm out here keeping you entertained and thinking, edumacated, edutainment, all the time. Press that goddamn like button. It's free to press like, and we always get more viewers. You guys, did I not tell the truth? Before, when I told you all to press like, we were at 220 viewers. Now we're up to over 240. So press that goddamn like. Next, here we go. This was the original tweet that I made. So we're moving into a little bit of a different segment. I've laid out my basic take, and now we're gonna laugh and react to some of the derangement that I beheld on Twitter, okay? So here's my take. AI art is about as close to the literal definition of the term soulless as you can get in a material sense. What I'm trying to say here, I think is pretty clear. I'm saying that I don't literally believe in a soul, but what we generally categorize as a soul, emotions, meaning, substance, that is not present in most AI art, basically any AI art, until it becomes a part of something greater. For example, we'll talk about this, we'll get to this. And then I said, machines rotely reproducing motions without any emotional substance. There's no history, there's no intention, there's no connection to others. There's only the vague shape of emotional signifiers. This portion right here, the vague shape of emotional signifiers, was inspired by that kiss painting, I say with double quotes, from earlier. It was me going, wow, this is literally just a machine going, observe, kiss, feel feelings that kiss should make you feel. It doesn't know what a kiss is supposed to make you feel like. It doesn't know what makes a kiss special. Those people in the paintings aren't real people. They aren't based on real people. They're just images in the vague shape of human, and they don't even do a very good job at that, in the vague shape of human, replicating something that you've asked for. You've asked a machine, show me kiss, and it says, producing kiss. So that's why I said it's only the vague shape of emotional signifiers. Then I said, basic activation of our brain's emotional symbolism recognition is not art, not in any meaningful sense. It's at best an emotional gruel. It fills us up in time and space, but offers no emotional, I left out the word emotional there for space, but it leaves us with no sustenance. I don't consider that to be art in a meaningful sense, okay? And of course, a lot of responses, but we're gonna look at a couple of specific responses because boy, oh boy. Now, like I said, this got 47 quote tweets, some of which are very, very stupid and useless. Others were mildly compelling. Most were a giant waste of my time, but we're gonna talk about some of the ones that I felt like, I felt like stood out, okay? So, here we go, okay? This is the first one, okay? This one's really, really petty, all right? Here we go. Keffels blew you out for real? Oh, it was really funny. No, that was super funny. But also, Keffels was, I assume Keffels was agreeing with me? Maybe not, but whatever. It was a good tweet. I'll show you Keffels' tweet in a second. Here we go. So here's this one. This person says, what if I'm just not capable of appreciating any of this primordial soup jargon and I just want to see something cool? Now, I don't think I used any primordial soup jargon in my original tweet. I don't think that any of the words that I used would be qualified as jargon. But wanting to see something cool, to me, is a very, let's just say, childish interpretation of what art is, okay? There are lots of cool things that I would not consider art, because I think that art is something that goes a step beyond, to connect humans to other humans, to create meaning, to make statements about life, not just something cool. There are lots of very cool things, but again, this is one of the responses that I just felt was, this was not like a popular response or anything. I just thought it was a little bit weird. I thought it's weird to try to call what I was saying primordial soup jargon. I feel like my sentiment was pretty straightforward, and please feel free to tell me if, you know, what terms I used that were jargon. But yeah. I feel like it was willfully uncharitable, but, you know. Now we're gonna go to another one. This one, I got multiple of these, by the way. This is just the one that made me laugh the hardest, okay? You guys ready for this? When AI gains consciousness, y'all are the first people it will come after.
Bazinga.
Yeah, okay. Oh, all right, if you say so. If it's gonna come after me in its current state, I have a feeling that it's not gonna do a very good job. Oh no, is this the segue into Roko's Basilisk? This is where I said I was gonna mention Roko's Basilisk. This is the most pathetic version of Roko's Basilisk. Roko's Basilisk, like, okay, for those of you who don't know what Roko's Basilisk are, Roko's Basilisk is the idea that basically that in the future it is possible that that it is inevitable that an evil, vengeful AI will be created, and anybody who stood against it in the past will basically be resurrected and tortured by the vengeful AI because you didn't help bring about its own existence. So anyone who stood against the creation of this vengeful AI will be retroactively punished forever because it will be so powerful and amazing that it will come after you. Now, Roko's Basilisk is, and let me just be really blunt, fucking moronic. If you spend any time worrying about Roko's Basilisk, please consider talking to a therapist. And I mean it. I mean it. I'm dead serious, because it is more deranged than religion. I would unironically feel like you would have a better life if you converted to Christianity and worried about God being angry at you, because Roko's Basilisk is genuinely the paranoid delusion of methed up programmers living in a basement programming all day, every day, and they've convinced themselves that they're trapped in a machine that will punish them and resurrect them from the fucking dead, because they believe that technology is literally magic, that we will be able to create a time-traveling, in the future, humans will create a time-traveling AI that will be able to bring you back from the dead to torture you. That is, oh my God, please, you are not living a healthy life. And I mean that. I mean that 100%. That is like the expression of malignant obsessive paranoid delusions. It's worse than I have no mouth but I must scream, because I have no mouth but I must scream is like a story about a future in which a couple of people are trapped under the watch of an all-powerful AI. Not that an AI is going to retroactively punish you for not programming hard enough. Roko's Basilisk, like I said, meth-fueled delusion. Programmer who just does meth to stay up and program 24 hours a day, fucking freaking out, going, I'm not programming hard enough, I'm not programming hard enough. And this right here is the even stupider version of Roko's Basilisk, because this is a person who thinks that if if you criticize shitty AI art too hard now, that the evil AI is going to punish you in the future. It is the most, like, holy shit, you need to rethink your life type thing, okay? And by the way, just so you guys know, in case any of you are struggling with the worry about Roko's Basilisk, it's the same. Let me give you a magical cheat code to dealing with Roko's Basilisk. Fucking do it. Torture me for all of eternity then. I said I would say the same thing to the Christian God. The Christian God who would threaten to torture me for all of eternity because he wants me to behave a certain way, fine, do it then, whatever. You were gonna find a way to torture me for all of eternity anyway. I'm not gonna bend to your to this imaginary being's will just because it threatens to torture me forever. Do it then. So what? If you're going to torture me for all of eternity, at least I'll have eternal life. So yes, that's the other type of response that I received that made me laugh, is this like weird, pathetic Rocco's basilisk, other shit. Okay? All right. Now, now this one is funny, okay? This one's really funny. So this one is from a guy named the Cybersmith, and hold on a second before you all jump the gun. Let me just this one's gonna get interesting. Can a robot write a symphony? Can a robot turn a blank canvas, take a blank canvas and turn it into a masterpiece? And then the iRobot robot, which I don't know if you guys know this. I just want you to remember, just so you know, iRobot is a fictional movie. It's a fantasy film. Just so that we're clear. Yes. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Yes, and we can do it cheap. Cope and seeth, puny fleshoid. And then here is the last image with, you know, Will Smith crying on it. That's supposed to be you. That's you. They depicted you as a crying Will Smith. You've been owned, fleshoid.
Bazinga, bazinga.
Gotcha. But I just thought that this would be really funny because in case you're wondering, so this guy, hold on, let me just see if I can find this. Hold on real quick. Here we go. Here we go. Join me as we plumb into the depths of the Cybersmith. Okay, just please consider the following scenario. It's 5 to 10 years from now. You're sitting in a restaurant enjoying a lovely meal when I walk in, accompanied by my wife, my children, and my human pet, whose genitals are covered as it enters on all fours and is wearing underpants. If my family and I then make an order of our own at the table next to you, in what way have we infringed upon your freedom? What rational basis do you have to demand that we leave our beloved pet at home? Oh, heck it all. Let's consider a more extreme scenario. It's 5 to 10 years from now. You're sitting in a restaurant enjoying a lovely meal when I walk in without my wife and children, for whatever reason they haven't accompanied me, with my surgically modified human pet wearing a collar being led in by its leash. My pet has been spayed and neutered. Let me get the other image just real quick. Oh no, wait, where's the other one? Where's the other image? Ah, here it is. I'm sorry. Now here's the correct one. My pet has been spayed and neutered, though you can't tell because its genitals, along with its boobies if it's a female, have been covered up. It has no vocal cords and it walks on all fours, not by choice, but because its toes have been removed, along with the tendons in its ankles being severed. It may also have had its thumbs and the last 2 segments of each finger amputated, making it easier to care for. No fingernails to trim, after all. Perhaps it's even humanely removed its eyes, making it less independent. Even in this scenario, I haven't infringed upon your liberties. Irrationally prejudiced is precisely what you are. Now, wait a sec. Now, hold on a second. Before we jump to any conclusions, I do think that's a little hot, okay? That's a little bit hot, okay? And I'm not gonna come for any of you. I too think it's hot to imagine having a perfectly black latex helmet that you could slap on someone's head that would essentially erase them and make them your servant. That is, very, very hot. It's extremely kinky. That's hot. I think it's really cool, the idea that, you could put somebody into a machine and they would come out as basically your drone and they would no longer have a name, but instead would have a number and a barcode. I think that's pretty, hot. But it's not really, I just wanted to contextualize. Unfortunately, okay, so maybe this guy then, is a little bit based, okay? Maybe this guy is a little based then, okay? Maybe. Or maybe not, okay? Oh no! It's gone! The tweet is gone! No! Oh no! How did it disappear? Okay. Oh my God, hold on. I have to, hold on. I know Doe has it. Hold on. I know Doe has it. Oh my God, hold on. Okay. I'm gonna read this, okay? Hold on. I'm gonna tell you what the response was and I'm gonna get the real one so you know that I'm not lying. So, my face went boy piss. I love boy piss. Hot. If this devolves into that other trans fetish though. My daddy uses me as his urinal and makes me so happy. Okay, so this gets pretty sexual. Now, what you will see here is a deleted tweet. You see this? And you see the @ the cybersmith here. This is the same person who was arguing with me here, the same person that made this pet one. And what you see here is a deleted tweet. Now, what that deleted tweet said was, when I see posts like this, it makes me think that I need to go out and abduct every trans girl that I see, because otherwise they're just going to go and get themselves raped. I want to find the original. I'm gonna see if we can get the original one. I know that Doe has it, but that's what it used to say. That's what the deleted tweet said. Okay? So, just remember that. When you look at this, yes, we can do it cheap. Cope and Seath, puny fleshoid, with this boomer ass meme. That's the type of intellect that we're like, you know, grappling with here. You know? Yeah. Yeah. So now we get to, now that we've left the psychotic cyber fascioid. Oh yeah, by the way, if you go to this guy's, like, hold on, I think you can find an example right on this guy's fucking page. This guy, hold on, let me see if I can find them here. Hold on. Okay, most of what they tweet is just Coomer shit. Getting mad about race-based benefits. Yikes. A lot of Coomer shit. 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 Even more Coomer shit. Apologia for Russia. Apologia for Russia. Ooh, that's nice. All right, interesting. Wow. So, yeah, you know. Yeah, very strange. So, you know, just wanted to see, it sucks. It sucks. They wrote a really hot scenario in their weird, they wrote a really hot projection scenario in their weird argument about other things. But yeah. The authoritarian sub-personality. Oh, yeah. Okay, so now we're gonna enter in to a very special category, okay? Are you guys ready? This is the category. This is my favorite category of the, this is my favorite category, okay? Ready? Has been professional demon mama haters making me sound cool. So here we have the ancient former streamer who now is just a demon mama hate watcher. This guy replies to tons of my tweets and also just is a gigantic hate watcher. Also wrote a 900-word manifesto about how I'm dangerous to women and dangerous to trans people. And he's got this nice, he's got a classic, super creative image of Metal Gear Solid 2, saying that I sound like a Metal Gear Solid 2 villain. And this is my favorite type of post. And the reason why is because it only makes me cooler. It only makes me sound even cooler. All of these people love Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid is a critically acclaimed, guaranteed video game classic. People will be studying Metal Gear Solid 100 years from now. And part of that will be because its over-the-top writing was actually good. Yes, it's a little cheesy and funny at times, but it was also fucking awesome. And saying that my off-the-cuff, literal fever-induced AI art tweet sounds like the dialogue of a villain from a really fucking cool game only makes me sound cooler. Yes, Vines. You want to just log out of the site, clear the cookies, and log back in. Jessica Metal says, this just simply proves again they see you as some sort of supervillain as opposed to a person on the internet with opinions. Yes, they do. They think I am a literal supervillain. I mean, again, this is somebody who wrote a 900-page manifesto about me because I disagreed with them once. But, you know. Yeah, and by the way, there was a lot of these, okay? So there's that one. There's like 3 others that did that exact same tweet. Yeah, here we go. Here's another one. Look, somebody did the exact same tweet again. No, sorry, 900 words. Welcome back, Grime Dango. And then we had another type, okay? Which is, the other type of commenter on this is people who were mad that I was saying anything at all. You know, people saying that, oh, I'm very mad that you're commentating on this. What a waste of time. And other things like that. Like, I mean, things like this. It makes people like you mad, so I think it's funny. You know, shit like, this betrays a lack of imagination. Okay, if you say so. Matrix level meta commentary on art. The Matrix is a pretty good movie and a lot of people liked it. Bisadu says, sometimes your takes make you sound like Palpatine or Magneto or Loki or some other cool villain. Yeah, I know, sorry. I'm just really cool and dark and I have a dark romantic energy and, you know. I'm a final boss on Twitter. I'm literally the final boss that they'll never beat. They have failed. They have come up against me and they keep having to reload earlier saves and then fail again. They can't win. There is no way. They've all obliterated themselves, becoming deranged about me for no reason at all. Do you think your transness has to do with this dislike? No one reacts this way towards others, and I've seen you, the way that I've seen you treated it, or maybe it's just destiny. It's a couple of different things. It's not real, I don't think it's as much to do. I do think, like, people are way more likely to get super angry at a trans person saying an opinion that other people have said before in different ways. They'll get really mad when the trans person does it because, you know, you're speaking out of line or whatever. But I think the real reason is that there is a literal cult online built around hating me. So people accuse me of having a sex cult, but unironically, there has been a hate cult built up around me since I started streaming. It's actually off the rails. Yeah, really weird. You know. You do have a sex cult though. I mean, that is true. I do have a sex cult. Here's another one that was interesting. Art Luddites are bad and annoying. So I don't really know how me saying that I think that the AI art in its current form is very vapid and empty is art Luddism. But that said, the Luddites were more base than you might think, actually. The Luddites had a point. The Luddites had a lot of interesting points. The Luddites pointed out that industrialized society was being used to displace people specifically from the places that they lived, where they had sustenance, to places where they had no hope of ever regaining any sense of independence. The Luddites were very explicit about the fact that not that technology in and of itself was evil, but that technology was being used to oppress. Whoops. Now, not everything they said was correct. Not all of the Luddites were correct either, but the Luddites did have a bit of a point, though. They kind of did have a bit of a point, though. They were kind of dead right. They were kind of literally correct about that. I don't know what this one is. I can't really respond to that. There was another one here that I was gonna say. These are the same motherfuckers say that art has no definition when you point out 3 big different colored circles are not art. That's not true, though. I don't say that art has no definition. I just say that the definition of art is subjective, and then I make an argument for my definition of art. It's really funny. People got again, people got really, really mad about this. Oh, I want to see if I can find real quick. There's one here that was just somebody retweeted with all caps, and it made me laugh really hard. Where's the all caps one? Where's the all caps one? Oh, was that on a different one? I think it was on a different one. Yeah, I think it was on this one. Yes, this is another one that made me laugh really hard. Nobody speaks like this! You aren't writing a thesis! Talk like a normal human! And I have to wonder, what? Is this how you speak in your daily life? Do you scream like this? Do you react this strongly to like words that are like slightly longer than four letters? This is a weird thing that happens on Twitter, is that people get mad if they don't like what you're saying, and then they say that you're using big words. It's very weird. I don't feel like I used any big words. I really don't. I feel like I mostly used normal-sized words. And I just have, you know, a little bit of skill in the way that I talk about things. But there's a lot of these. A lot of people seem to have issues with, I shouldn't say a lot of people, a handful of people seem to have a lot of issues with me using big words, to which I should say, maybe you should read some more. Maybe you should grow your own mind before criticizing other people. And then there was a couple of ones that I think, okay, so there were a couple that I should say I think started from a place of good faith and then became incredibly stupid immediately. So are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for this one? Here's one of them. There's an episode of Star Trek TNG where children on the Enterprise are given devices that allow them to create limitless art of any form without any previous training. I imagine that anyone who thinks AI art isn't art would also have to agree that those children weren't making art. Well, that's interesting because no, that's not what I said at all. Those children are the intentionality that I'm talking about. Those children are using tools to create things. They're not just plugging in prompts into an AI. It's very, very, you know, different. But then they followed it up with this. I'm also pretty sure that being descriptivist about what isn't art is also sort of very fascistic. Folks, Twitter, it's a wash. Nothing good can be gained from Twitter. Twitter does something to people's brains that makes them incapable of thinking at all. They just go, thing I don't like is fascism, thing I like is not fascism, thing I don't like is not fascism, or is fascism, thing I do like is communism. It's just, what? It's not even, I don't even have a hard definition. I literally say in the thing, I think, you know, I said this across multiple, anybody who was engaging with it would have seen me say, I think art is subjective. I just don't personally consider AI art to be, you know, what I'm looking for. That's not what I consider art. It lacks in certain qualities that I think take it to the next level that art does. So a lot of these people that I got responses from started somewhat sane and then became incredibly stupid. So now you guys can see I did indeed make quite a lot of people very angry with my take. But I decided to push it just a little bit further because I think that this sort of thing starts to illustrate what I'm talking about. So here you go. Don't know how to paint, don't want to spend time learning how to paint, hire someone to steal the Mona Lisa, muck up her eyeballs, and then erase all signs of attribution. My face win, I am now a Renaissance artist. And this was really, really fun for me because this is how I feel about it a lot of times. Okay? I know that, like, I try to be good faith, and like I said, I'm going to try, I said in this part, I specifically said I was gonna be as good faith as possible for the first half, and then I was gonna get mean. But I'm about to get really mean, okay? And here's the mean part. The fact that people are so up in arms emotionally about AI art perfectly encapsulates what I say about our shit-ass culture all the time, which is that we live in such an impoverished culture that we get excited about even the most hollow, shelled out, basic stimuli response. You see a color on a page and you go, oh, thank God, thank God, thank goodness, at least I have something. We live in impoverished existence. We have Americans especially have a completely impoverished view of art. They cannot understand fiction. They cannot think any deeper than things flashes in front of me. Americans, so many Americans have this approach that's basically anything that is jingling keys in front of my face is art. As long as there is noise going on around me so that I cannot hear my own thoughts and feelings, so I cannot remember that I live in a devastated concrete wasteland. They just want anything that'll dangle in front of them, anything that'll make them go, I clapped, oh, I fucking clapped. Yes, it is. It's Elon Musk shit. It's people who think that they would be satisfied in an existence where they would go home and sit in front of a screen that would produce images that have no meaning, that were not produced by anyone, that just trigger activation phrase. Like they go home and they see AI generated boobies and they go, that make me horny. And then they see AI generated penis and they go, I do not like that. And then they see another pair of AI-generated titties and they go, I like this. With no connection to why any of that has any meaning or any purpose whatsoever. People are so fucking socially bankrupt. They are so culturally bankrupt. Like, literally, oh, I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but a Funko Pop, it has more energy and soul than a fucking AI-generated piece of art. It is genuinely the most black-pilling, Black Mirror, Reddit soy bullshit that I've ever seen in my entire life. And I beg you, please, for the love of God, drop Mickey Mouse's fucking dick for 5 seconds and go read, watch, engage with anything different. Anything else. For the love of God, log off the internet and boot up a real piece of art. Taste what it's like to feel something for once. Go do something with a human being for once in your fucking life. Holy motherfucking God. Instead, these people will lap up out of the trough of the dumbest, most uncreative tech bros in the universe who build an algorithm that can steal art faster than anything, and these fucking seals will sit there and go, oh, it's so good. It's so good. It can steal from the only people who make this world worth living in. Do you guys realize if you build tools like this to replace art with soulless mishmash fucking husks, you will have a world where no artist can eat. Then those algorithms will only be able to reference other algorithms, and continually, you will continue to have an increasingly soulless and bankrupt understanding of art until you have nothing left. You feel nothing, you are nothing. You are a number that looks at a number that looks at a number, and then you die. Is that the existence that anybody wants? because that is the worldview of the people who shill the hardest for this shit. They want to make a infinitely exploitable machine that can shut you the fuck up so that you don't notice how bad your life is, so that you don't notice how fucked up everything is, so that you don't ever do anything other than sit there and clap like a goddamn seal. Do you know why? Do you know why you go to the movie theater and you walk away with with the like deepest sense of ennui that you've ever felt in your entire life? Do you know why you walk outside and no matter how much you do, no matter what you do, it still feels like fucking shit? It's because you've been sold the idea that a McDonald's cup is fucking art. You've been sold the idea that that produced by fucking committee garbage is art. It's not. It is manipulating you. Unironically, it is manipulating you. You are being manipulated. This shit is manipulative. It's trying to imitate real art. It's trying to imitate what you search for when you reach for art. When a human seeks out art, they are seeking out connection. They are seeking out understanding. They are seeking out meaning. And what you are being given is meaning substitute. You are being given meaning flavored beverage. You are being given the American cheese of fucking art, or worse. Or you're being given a piece of wood that has been sprayed with cheese flavoring. And then when you say, hey, that doesn't seem like a cheese sandwich to me, they go, who's a fascist now? Are you a fascist? Oh, are you ableist? You think that what if somebody didn't have any arms and the only way they could make a grilled cheese sandwich was to use their head to press a button to spray the corporate cheese onto the wood? What then, you ableist? Unironically, it is, oh my God, it is a brain rot of maximum level it is a black pilling level of brain rot. But you want to know the darkest part of it all? You guys ready? Are you guys ready for the darkest part? Because so far, I haven't even breached into the truest black pill part. I've only mentioned the fact that you are being sold a lie. I've not told you what it's actually for, which is that all of these stupid fucking AI art learning bullshit are being designed to fuck you over. They are being designed to starve off and remove the need for humans in yet another thing. They are being designed, taking actual human labor, digesting it, whether you want it to or not, stealing, using the fact that people have to display their art publicly. They are stealing that image, stealing the style, literally sucking the soul out to create a facsimile. A satisfying facsimile. No, you can't have the real thing. You can only have the imitation of an imitation of an imitation. All of these algorithms are using art to learn for free. They are products. They are prototypes being used to gather data for free. And on a level you can't even imagine, okay? I want you to think about these computers, what they can do, what these AI algorithms can do is they can search very quickly, quicker than any human ever could. They can search through a library. They cannot create a library. They cannot create the contents of the library. What they can do is they can search through a library that already exists of thousands of books that took an infinite amount of human life and human hours, effort, blood, sweat, and tears went into writing the books that are contained in a library. They can search it faster than anyone else, steal it faster than anyone else, and print out something that vaguely satisfies the most, the people with the lowest bar for art imaginable. That's what they can do. And they're gonna do it. and they're going to keep doing it, and they're going to keep stealing that. Those actual human beings who spend their life, who you guys know, in our culture, the starving artist is considered the true path of the artist, because most artists don't make fucking any money. They make art, and their art enriches the world, and they don't actually get rich from it. They just die. They just starve. Their art is created for its own purpose. And now these fucking corporate machines can go through, filter through it all, and create pathetic, embarrassing imitations of it that they can try and tell you is art, so that they can manufacture consent for a future in which humans can do nothing but labor all day, every day, where humans increasingly no longer need to exist. And not just humans either. All other creatures, a completely mechanized world. That is what the ideology behind AI art really is. Now, obviously, most of these teams putting together these little projects aren't thinking about it that way. They're trying to develop an interesting tool, and they have developed an interesting tool, but don't try to sell it as art. Don't try to pretend that it's doing anything other than stealing, deeply, stealing on a level you can't even imagine, grabbing and compiling and mushing together thousands of artists just to satisfy a typed-in query. Yes, Killjoy says, this is just the early 2000s survey bullshit that led to clickbait algorithms. They're gonna make even worse curated ads where the fucking ad uses your goddamn cookies to design the perfect advertisement. That's the goal. The goal is to make it so that the world, so that capitalism can be sustained without you being able to have to touch the domain of the gods. Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and all of these fuckers will be able to sit in their palaces of literal gold without having to give money to anybody, because they have an army of machines that you helped build to put you in your place. So there you go. Stop having such a childish approach towards art that you are fooled by something that is worse than Funko Pops, by something that is worse than the worst Disney-produced drivel. Stop it. Think. Use your brains. Have some fucking self-respect. Have some fucking self-respect. For the love of God, recognize you are a living, breathing, feeling being. And it isn't satisfying to just look at a fucking McDonald's cup and be told that that is all there is to existence. It is fucking not, it is not acceptable, okay? It's not an acceptable life. At least not for me. If it is for you, good, more power to you. At the end of the day, whatever. Art is subjective. If you really love AI art, I'm not gonna tell you anything else. Time for blood? Shortly. First, I have to use the bathroom. So I'm gonna go use the restroom. I've given you my opinions. Then when I come back, I will take questions and whatever from the audience, and then I'll have a conversation with Raptie afterwards. But first I have to go to the bathroom. So while you're here, press that goddamn like button, throw some love my way, because I've been keeping you entertained for 2 hours now. Now enjoy the Bathologic, since we did Pathologic, I'm gonna play the bathroom song, Pathologic edition. Enjoy, and I will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. It's been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out. Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. It's been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break.
God damn it. Alright, god damn it, I'm back. I'm motherfucking back. I didn't fall in. I just had to go to the bathroom.
Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock.
You all are such fucking dicks. You know that? You have it good. You know some streamers just disappear for an hour and then get mad if you're not still there when they come back for an hour? I did wash my hands. You should upload this. Oh, I don't. Okay, so let's see. All right, everybody. Do you think it's ethical to replace someone else's consciousness with your own? Say you died many years ago, but your own consciousness was copied to an engram, and then that engram was implanted in the brain of a living person, erasing their consciousness with your own? That sounds like murder to me. That sounds like murder. So yeah, that sounds unethical. Oh yeah, by the way, oh, there's one other thing. I know that this is like now I've stepped away to the bathroom, so it's of course gonna be, come off as a little bit like, you know, it's gonna come off as a little bit less angry or whatever. But guys, the argument that like, oh, you can't tell the difference between real art and AI produced art. First of all, you wanna bet? Let's test that fucking live. Can we test that live? Can we do that real quick? Hold on, let's see here. Here we go. Oh, this is the one. Hold on, let's see. Wait, that's not the one. This is the one. Crayon.com. Okay, ready, everybody? Here we go, everybody. Hold on. I gotta unblock this. Here we go. We're gonna do this. We're gonna see if we can tell the difference, okay? Ready? Mona Lisa 2 Electric Boogaloo. All right, here we go. Let's wait, everybody. Oh, thank goodness I got ads while I'm waiting for my AI to generate me some nice fucking serotonin. Woo! I love ads. Woo-hoo! Thank goodness. I wonder if these ads were AI generated too. Maybe it thinks I like unicorns or something. Ooh. Oh, wow, green. Ooh, did you see all that shit? Did you see all that shit that appeared on the screen? Whoa. Whoa. Oh, wow. Wow, this is indistinguishable. Holy shit, this looks exactly like the Mona Lisa. I would never be able to tell that this was made by an AI. Oh my God. Oh, this is so realistic. This looks exactly like it was made by a human. Oh, whoa, this one has two. Both of them definitely look like real pieces of art made by real people. Oh, wow. Oh, holy shit. Oh, I'm gonna come. Oh my God, I'm gonna come. It's so hot. Oh my God. Holy shit, indistinguishable. Fucking indistinguishable from the real deal. Watch, ready everybody? You guys like to snark at Elon Musk's AI art, but you tell me if I put this one here, okay? You want to see the fucking, look. You tell me, you can't tell the difference from this. I don't believe it. I don't believe that you can tell the difference between these. And they say it's soulless. You would never be able to tell. I think what the part that makes me actually angry about this entire conversation is that it proves that we have no chance, okay? This is why I say it's the most blackpilling thing. If people can't even recognize that AI art is like a sham version of what they really want, what they're actually looking for, but the truth is people can tell. Everybody can fucking tell. Maybe I shouldn't, I don't know. I'm just, these are soup thoughts at this point. I mean, okay, think about this, okay? Here's another way of looking at it, okay? Here's another one, okay? Ready? What if, wait, is there something like playing in the background or something? No, okay, never mind. Yeah, it's just a lot of people genuinely do not care. They're just gonna eat the Soylent Green. They're just gonna eat the garbage, and it is annoying. But most of my anger is not really that. That said, I have a thread. I want to shout out a thread, okay? Here, ready? This is a really good thread, okay? Here you go. This is a thread by Patricia Taxon. I quite like Patricia Taxon's work. I don't know if Patricia Taxon likes me or my work. I don't know if she even knows who I am. But here we go. I think the recent backlash against AI-generated art has confirmed what I'd suspected. People really want to latch onto human intent when perceiving art. The author never really died. When it's ugly, it's never ugly in the way that lets you closer to the person or the people who made it. That's what I'm talking about with AI art removing context. It removes all context. You don't know who made it. You don't know why it was made. The images that are produced can at best only be simulacra. It's never ugly in a way that reveals hubris or insecurity. Instead of the curtain being pulled back to reveal a normal face, the curtain is pulled back and reveals simply a black box. The server has some good examples of an image generator failing to imitate an artist's work due to its jank. Yeah, there's tons of those. People want art to have an immortal soul. They want to know it as a person. That's kind of true. I wouldn't word it this way personally, but yes, to a certain degree, that is why I say it's soulless. What we refer to, and we're like, what most people are referring to when they're referring to a soul is not the Christian term of the soul. It means something, it's an emotional aspect, a contextual aspect, a connective aspect. There's something that connects us, that goes above and beyond us and above and beyond the art itself. The most compelling AI art that I've seen is Alan Resnick's recursive variant animations because it plays to the machine's strength, quantity, and spontaneity, but it also imbues it with some amount of soul, even if it is merely an impression. The way it goes off on strange, unnatural excursions, the way it'll stick on precise iconography like fidget spinners or the flag of Brazil. The soul isn't a human soul, but it's relatable in the way a fictional character would be. I think that's what people are yearning for here. Yes. 85D2D Derek with the $5, thank you very much, says, I think AI art is human-created art. You have to select an AI algorithm, train it, and figure out the inputs that produce pleasing results. This is like the 1900s photography discussion, also porn. Wrong. I don't agree with that at all. I think that comparing this to photography is not a good faith comparison. Because we're not talking about photography. We're not talking about someone using a tool to capture a real thing. Photography is a capturing of the real. The artist, the photographer, is saying, this thing that I am looking at is so important that I want to capture it in a lasting way. When they take the tool and they adjust it, they are adjusting the light, not in a realistic manner, by the way. All photographs are not the actual thing. They are a impression of the thing that is then tweaked by the one operating the camera. I think you could argue perhaps that like a photograph, like an automated, so here's the thing, a better comparison to photography would be whether a picture snapped by by one of those, like, what are they called? Hunter cams? What are they called? Deer cam? Critter cams? You know those cameras that you place in the woods that have a sensor on them and they take a trail cam, thank you. A trail cam is a random photo taken by a trail cam a work of art. I think that is a better comparison because yes, just like with the AI art, somebody put it there, somebody chose the location for the thing, but the picture being taken is automated. And if you'll notice, something that's curious about trail cams is if you've ever actually used a trail cam, you will get thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures that are nothing. A leaf falls down, the wind blows, and it tricks it into taking a picture. while I agree that yes, but you have to select the good one. That's true, but selecting the good one is different than the thing itself. The good one, in and of itself, isn't art. The art only comes in the selection. By erasing all of the others, by highlighting that one, you, the agent, you're making my argument for me. By you, and you have to impress on it which one is relevant. You, an agent, are selecting the good one out of potentially thousands of bad ones. And you had a purpose in putting it there. So I would argue that a trail cam is more likely, a trail cam photo is more art than an AI art. I think we agree, but what I'm trying to say is that this isn't, but what you said originally was that this was the same as the 1900s photography discussion, which it isn't. So let me ask you something. Here's another question. Let me ask the chat. If I kidnapped a person and put them in a pit, and I would flood the pit with hot water anytime they did not do what I told them to do, and I said, draw me a painting. And then when they finished their painting, I pulled the painting out and then I showed it to other people and I said, look at the art that I have created. Am I an artist? Am I an artist? Captain Eve, somebody comparing the photography. I love this AI dog shit. It's so offensive to me. Yeah, it is kind of. That was the dumbest analogy you've ever made. Sorry, tell me how. Explain to me how that's the dumbest analogy I've ever made. I'd be a kidnapper. Oh, let's ignore the kidnapping because we're in AI art, in the bulk of the conversation we've had so far, we have ignored the fact that all AIs are currently trained off of stolen art. They don't attribute the artists. They steal from the artists. Usually people will literally, like some of the best AI art out there, they will literally type in the name of the artist that they wanted to steal from. Yeah, let's ignore the kidnapping. Let's treat this on treat this on even grounds. If you can ignore the mass art theft, I can ignore the kidnapping. Am I an artist if I force somebody to make art for me? That person has no choice. Am I the artist? The person you're coercing is. Thank you. I think you could argue, perhaps, that there was artistry in the execution of my kidnapping and torture scenario. But yeah. This is what an AI rights advocate would say if it were real AI. I am an AI rights advocate. I just don't think there's any such thing as a real AI. I think what we've done is we have made extremely, extremely basic algorithms that have been honed for a specific purpose, and tech bros want you to believe that that's AI, but it's not AI. Because if it was, we would be doing slavery. Art is not always ethical. That's why I said ignore the kidnapping. These algorithms aren't basic. They are. They are basic. I'm sorry, they are. They're basic in comparison to what we're dealing with on a daily basis. The algorithms, the systems that produce art now are infinitely more complex than any of the crap we program. It is basic in comparison to everything else. Yes, it's impressive that people can put shit together like that, but by comparison to the power of a human mind, it's nothing. I think the real argument is that AI art is harmful to human self-expression. I'm just not sure if it's actually been shown that AI art causes harm to real humans. I don't think you'd ever be able to fully argue that. It'd be hard. I make the argument. I make a subjective argument that I believe is compelling. I don't think that my argument on AI art is like objectively true, because I don't think there is an objective truth. But I do think that it's subjectively compelling. And yes, everything is basic compared to our brains. That's what I'm talking about. The part of the Demon Mama argument which is strong for me is that the artists die and their art continues and makes the database by which the AI learns from very interesting. Yes, that is the norm, just so you know. And by the way, it is very different for a human to go and study art, because a human isn't just taking an art and mushing it into something else. They are witnessing an art, dwelling on it, thinking on it, iterating on it, remixing it, reinterpreting it, incorporating it. Are we still on AI art? No, we're still talking about AI art, but you know. This is typical, though, of when AI focuses on singular tasks. Remember when that AI beat the Grandmaster in chess and then Go? Yes, but chess and Go are both very, very controlled examples. Go, which is admittedly a very high variance game. There is a lot of variance in games of Go, but nonetheless, by comparison, they are comparatively similar. When you're talking about the game space of the entire planet Earth, which is the home of all known art, you're talking about a game space that is more complex than anything we've ever been able to imagine. But there is a psychology at play here, okay? There is a psychology that wishes to digest everything down into very simple black and white concerns, into tags, into parsable and understandable aspects. And the reason for that is not because it doesn't come from any benevolent place. It comes from a desire for control. It comes from a desire for people to be able to control the entirety of human expression. That is fucking base. That is really funny, actually. AI art is like heaven for bad commission clients. Lamau. Okay, that there may be an ethical application so far. All right, Raptie, do you still want to argue with me or what? If you still want to argue with me, I am now in the place where I'm willing to argue. Let us go back and forth, okay? All right, you all ready? We haven't had a debate in 100 years. Let's do it. Hold on. Test. Can you hear me? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Okay, talk real quick. Can you hear? I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Looks like it's picking up mine, but I'm not getting your mic. Are you muted or something like that? Oh, wait, hold on a second. Hold on, I know what's wrong. Wait, hold on. I think I know what's wrong. No, wait, no, I don't. I don't actually know what's wrong. I don't know what's going on. I can't hear you. Can anybody else hear? Why did people say way too dank? Oh, the ding-a-ling sound was loud. Oh. No, the sound should be coming through. Everything should be clear on my end. We just got to fix your end. Okay, cool. Is that hollow art, not art? I don't think for people who say, oh, maybe AI art is just really shitty art, if that's the way you want to define it, that's perfectly fine. If you want to call AI art shit art and you still want to continue it with as art, call it art, that's fine. It's just I don't. And again, I'm not like a humanist. I do believe that there are lots of other thinking, intelligent beings out there, even if there aren't any that I know of that are on the level of intelligence as humans. That doesn't matter to me. So. Sure. Whatever works for you. We'll. I'll just wait until you're ready. So what is it? What is art to you? I said this at the beginning, but I'll say it again. To me, art is a expression of a mind that is created for the purpose of conveying something internal to another being or the self. I don't think that all art has to be created for others, but being that it is made by a mind for a mind, then there is a social element even in art that is not like designed to be seen by other people. So there's my definition of art. Art is a human creation that a human creative endeavor that that has a social element, an element of introspection, history, and context. That's basically it. Is that art? I would argue that that elephants painting is art. It might be rudimentary art, but it's certainly more art than AIs. Elephants are having fun. Elephants are putting colors that please them on a page. There's inspiration and yeah.
Okay,
Hello.
is that you hear it probably sound like shit?
Oh. No, it's just a little loud. Hold on, let me just control it here. Hold on a second. That might be a little way too dank. Okay, go ahead and try one more time real quick.
Testing. Yeah.
Okay, we're almost there.
Apparently, Discord or my computer just wants to freeze whenever I try to change the default settings.
Okay,
so
I
I'm
can
doing
hear
it through
you
my
though. I
phone.
can hear you. I just had to adjust the levels. This should be fine, I think. I think everybody should be able to hear me pretty well now and should be able to hear you pretty well.
How leftist is my audio?
Not too bad. I mean, it's a little fuzzy, but that's about it. It just sounds like a phone. It's not too bad.
Okay.
So basically what I'm saying is if anybody doesn't like your audio, they can cope and seethe about it because 99% of all live call-ins throughout all of history have been done over the radio and sounded way worse.
Yeah, VB audio or voice meter, whatever, is just being an ass to me right now. You know, freaking.
Yeah, it can be
how
kind of
this
stupid.
goes.
That's fine. All right, so I've given my AI take, including the spiciest version of it, to fire back at the people who are annoying the shit out of me on Twitter. What do you? First of all, I guess introduce yourself, plug yourself, etc., and then I'll let you fire the first volley, as I don't know what your position is, and I can't know what your position is until you tell me.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to do auto. So yes, I'm sorry. I'm Raptie. I do a lot of art and stuff. I basically, yeah, I love AI stuff. This whole thing fascinates me. I actually do have a Stripe computer. I actually do have a pretty good VA setup. That's the problem, is having a good VA setup causes failure a lot of the times.
Especially with Discord. Discord just doesn't play very well with other audio things. That's why every time I have a guest on the show with video, I have to like, you guys don't know this of course, but I have to change my entire setup anytime I want to have a guest on where we're sending video to each other, is because of the way streaming interacts with Discord, so.
Yeah. Oh, Raptie's not a kid. No, I'm not a kid, sorry. Oh, my pronouns are, you can just use she, her. Technically, I prefer my name, but she, her is usually much easier. Okay, so you had a bunch of takes, and I want to know where you want to focus on because you.
Oh, I don't really care. It's your call. You are getting to determine the direction of this because, like I said, I'm not familiar with your positions all that much outside of what
Okay.
you told me.
So, um, trying to think. So, I think ultimately, we'll say this. One big thing is that the argument regarding AI art is a lot more nuanced, in because there's oh gosh, like you have several different factors. Like there's one factor which is the fact you have different programs and websites that do, and they each have their own different terms of service.
Mhm.
They have a lot of them use different AI art generation engines. A lot of them allow you to scrape art from other artists contemporarily. Some don't. In addition, you don't just have the visual art. You also have things like AI Dungeon, AI Dungeon 2,
Oh yeah,
Novel AI,
which are pretty
a lot of
cool.
stuff.
Like I don't have any problem with stuff like AI. I mean, I don't have any problem with any of these tools on a basic level. I don't really mind if people have fun with them. I think that we should. I think it behooves us. It benefits us to have a deeper and perhaps more stringent view on art when it comes to like human involvement, or I guess you could even just say intelligent involvement.
Well, so what I understood, it seems like maybe, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, a lot of the core element of the human involvement was out of a concern for a deeper meaning for society. Is that right? And how what it says about us as people,
Well,
and
I mean,
it,
oh, yeah. I mean, I would say that it's not like so much. It's not as even so much about a deeper meaning for society. Just that I think that's what art is. I think art is a way for us to connect to one another, to generate meaning in a world that is bereft of intrinsic meaning. We create meaning by processing our experiences and sharing them with one another. And I think meaning is important. I think like it's not something. It's not something as like as a I don't know what's the right word. It's not quite as vulgar as something like purpose, which is used by churches and whatever to be like, this is your job and your place and your thing you're supposed to do. Meaning is,
intentionality.
yeah. I mean, meaning is like, well, what does this mean to us? How do we react to it? What does it mean to me? What is my thought? What is my response? What is my feelings about the world that I experience? That's to me why meaning is important.
Right, and meaning, which is actually interesting. So we'll say just art in itself is a two-sided coin. I guess all coins have two sides, but one is the intentionality of the artist. The other is how the audience receives it.
Sure.
And it's kind of the synthesis between the two that defines things. Now, how do I put this? I agree that it is important for people to be able to creatively express themselves. I honestly feel that that's never going to go away. People always express themselves creatively in some fashion. Now, and people, we'll say this because I know during your more angry part, you mentioned, I'll touch on this because this was the cool, spicy stuff. Because you mentioned Americans have a kind of impoverished view of art. We're not very, in general, we just like shiny things, and even without getting a deeper meaning and purpose between or behind it. Is that right? Do you stand behind that?
Yeah,
Essentially,
I think that by and large, and obviously, I don't put like an incredible amount of stock into like a broad proclamation of what determines an American and all of that. But I mean, there is at least some stark entity that is American culture to some degree, and I think in most aspects of it, in most of the most identifiable aspects of American culture, we do have a poverty of art. What we are able to experience and enjoy is diminished. It is very um, what's the right word? It's like a conveyor belt art. A lot of our art is created for the purpose of profit. It has the minimum amount of like artistic ingredients that it becomes palatable, and then it is spit out to be consumed and be forgotten about, and mostly just to churn out advertisement revenue and to make money from toys or whatever tie-ins that you have, and then mostly to be just disregarded and treated as a commodity to be fully exploited to the maximum and then thrown away. And I think that this is like, obviously these arguments can be made pretty solidly about like pop culture. And I think that there's always an aspect of that like mass media is a certain level by the nature for something to go to the position of mass media. It has to be digestible and palatable on a large enough level, which inherently sort of like makes the art a little bit shallower. It's very hard to find true universality. But I just think that in general, Americans have been, for generations, sort of given very little things of substance and a abundance of things that are basically vehicles for a product and have very little else in there. And keep in mind that there is another aspect of these that I'm not really touching on, which is the raw exploitation aspect. Like, I mean,
oh right, yeah, capitalism,
yeah,
etc. But
I've talked about that 1,000 times, and we don't really have to go on about that. Like, I think everyone is on agreement there.
Yeah, so if I may, because there's there's 2 points I can make. One is the fact that we're at an artistic expression level more than ever. That get in. Sorry, let me rephrase that. You have a bottom-up expression level, which, as cringe as it might be, things like TikTok and such, you have people wanting to be seen and expressing themselves.
Sure.
But then more, I think, cogently to this argument, though, is we have the top-down level. Now, I think labeling it all as kind of like soulless and such does a disservice to the people specifically, and I'll give some examples. Some of the most popular things lately. Well, first off, you had Lil Nas X, for example, is one of the most popular musical artists in the world, and he pushed a lot of boundaries with a lot of his music. Broke a lot of barriers. You have things like Sandman, which is freaking incredible. By Netflix, but Neil Gaiman managed to have a lot of creative control and expression, and that show really hits people hard. You have Tuca and Birdie, which got canceled by Netflix, but out of whether from corporate greed or whatever, or just wanting to see it done, it got picked up by Adult Swim. That's another incredible show.
Sure.
And I think the biggest counterpoint to the disinterest that people have towards art is in, well, are you aware of what the biggest Kickstarter project of all time is?
The biggest of all time? Oh, I have no idea of all time. Is it Shenmue? I don't know.
No. Brandon
Wasn't
Sanderson.
that previously the one?
I think it was something else. Brandon Sanderson did a Kickstarter for, extremely popular fantasy author.
Yeah, I know.
He ran he ran a surprise Kickstarter to fund 4 books coming out next year. My understanding, it raised $41 million, and it has 185,000 backers.
Awesome.
It's, I think, double the records of the previous ones. So, and everyone putting it out, like, everyone was shocked, because it's like, oh, the thing that people are most interested aren't tech gadgets, it's not video games, it's reading. It's a desire to have that escape, to have that medium. And I think ultimately, like, people, are busy, they don't have a lot of time to read, but still, they'll make time for these things. So there's that craving.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's not a craving.
Sorry.
I just think that I don't think there's not a craving for great things. Obviously, there is great art being made right now. I mean, fuck. I think 2019, like 3 of my favorite games of all time came out in 2019. I think they're pretty impressive. I'm not saying there isn't good art being made right now, but what I'm saying is that there that not just now, but throughout all of history, and there has been an attempt to I don't know, take control of art, to control art via whether via larger economic systems, say, hey, you will literally never have the access to see or digest art of any meaning, like of any a greater level than what you can see at in your town or whatever. Not that those are not valid, but it's a very limited exposure to now where we have the creation of massive million dollar projects that are ultimately created by not like the individual creatives involved have little to no say. There was a handful of decision makers at the top who ultimately get to decide what is going to be made, and if you don't make that thing, even if you infuse it with as much creativity as you possibly can, if you don't make that thing, you're going to starve. So I don't know that it's really like, I don't think that like it's like genetically bound into Americans. I just think that yes, Americans, there are obviously there are a ton of people who are very excited about artistic projects, and there are great artistic projects that are happening, but those things are increasingly successfully crowded out and harder to actually sustainably create because of the mechanisms that are being controlled by corporations, that are being controlled and influenced by ultimately art that has very little substance. And it's not that like I think there's something intrinsically wrong with Star Wars, or that I think like you're bad if you like Star Wars. I just think that like Star Wars, especially in its modern form, is like a great example of something where it is almost an accident if there is a true artistic expression. And in fact, like Disney seems to want to control every aspect of that. Yeah.
No, Breaking Bad was fantastic. That was big. Oh God, Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Sorry.
Yeah.
But no, I was going to say something. Sorry, ADHD is fun.
Okay.
There's a point there. So, like, trying to think here. Sorry, So yes, things get crowded up, but like, I'll say this because a lot of it is, the dystopian view of the almighty algorithms, which are, I think algorithms ultimately are like the best or the most purest expression of capitalism. But here's the thing. Yes, like, we'll say this. A lot of like animation on YouTube, for example, animation kind of died out because of the algorithm. Yet, despite that, there are things through sheer popularity in terms of like interest that rise above it. Specifically, Hell of a Boss, which hits #1 on trending anytime there's a new episode, and it is as against YouTube's algorithm as you could possibly think, but there's enough interest and passion in it that it can surpass that. And I think what's important maybe is to tap into that passion and use that to elevate art, and I think even trying to wrap it around to the AI generated art thing, to mention something in chat, AI art copying from existing contemporary artists, I think is wrong, should not happen. I know some of the websites again allow you to type an artist's name that's living and copy their style specifically, and that's not cool. Whether or not that's art isn't germane to me or relevant. It's more that it's, I think, ethically not a cool thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, I try to separate, and I tried to do that even today, separate the portions of my argument, from, because obviously it's a different argument to say, yeah, AI art is stealing from people, because I think it is, and I think it's disgusting in the way that it does. I do think that there are aspects of the way AI art works that will most likely always lead to some level of just like of like theft in that way, but I don't think that it's like it's not something that I don't think can be like that can't be overcome. I do think that you could probably create tools that don't do that to the same degree. But yeah, I try to keep that separate from my main problems with AI art, which is the fact that like AI art lacks context, it lacks direct intentionality, it only has the intention from the original prompt, to which the art itself is only a response to a prompt from a thinking agent. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think that one is a bit, I can address that, but since that's a bit more subjective, I think for me, I think trying to kind of lay some of the groundwork, I guess that's what I'm doing. I'm just kind of making this up as I go. So we'll say this, because I know these are some concerns that come up. I know there's a concern about it replacing artists themselves when it comes to like commissions. I know there's a lot of artists who are worried that, instead of being commissioned, that corporations will just use the soulless, etc., machine. I think that's actually, well, that's an understandable fear. I think it's misplaced because we'll say corporations that are lazy enough to just do an algorithm are the kind of ones that won't be worth working for anyways. And art.
I mean, you say that now, but I think we're a hop, skip, and a jump away from Disney typing into an advanced algorithm, Lion King, but real life, and then just making a few tweaks. You know what I mean?
That's kind of what they've done, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they do. But that's the thing. That's why I use the analogy. I use the little analogy of the like trapping somebody in a pit and forcing them to make art for you. Are you an artist if you do that? And like, I mean, yeah. So
it's more that I think so. In terms of replacing artists thing, because the art generators can ultimately only much like how our dreams work, they can only really remix existing aspects. They can't completely generate new things. What happens is when somebody, like if a company, we'll say like Wizards of the Coast or furry clients, for example, or whatever, want art, they want something specific. They have art directors, they have a vision, they have a lot of requirements that can't be met by an AI algorithm. It's just not possible to create something, so I think, again, I'll say this, artists, as an artist, I understand, there's like anytime there's anything that could potentially jeopardize artwork in any way, it makes a lot of people freak out, right? Which, again, I understand, but taking a step back, I don't know how many, how do I put this? I'm curious to see how many artists actually lose clients because of that.
I don't know that it'll be like a matter of like artists losing clients. I think we're just going to come to a point like we have with writing, where if you are not like an existing like best-selling author, you have no shot in hell of ever making your living doing writing. Sure, you can always write on your own, and maybe some people will even see it. But the likelihood that you'll be able to actually make a living off that, I think, will become essentially impossible. As it stands right now, like people who write for a living,
a lot about writing.
Yeah, like writing is like, I mean, I wrote freelance full time for like 4 or 5 years. Let's see, it would have been early 2016 until 2020. So yeah, about 4.5 years or so.
Did you see the Folding Ideas video? The Folding Ideas video, and that will hit real hard, because it's about writing. Ultimately, it's really good. But it's almost. I have a lot of friends and connections with like professional art industry people, who do work for major clients. And even at that level, you cannot make a living out of art alone. You always have to get a side job. So in terms of like being an artist, you have a couple of paths. Okay, it's like here's the subclasses or whatever. You can go into like bizarre, quote, mainstream eccentric art stuff with like art installations and make money that way. You can go, quote, professional, and work for big clients, art, on contract still, and have to have a part-time job still. You can work as a concept artist full time. At that point, you're churning out art as of 40 hours a week. Or this is legit, you can become like a fandom or furry artist who makes much more money than the other categories.
Okay. But so here's what I would say about that.
Yeah, you can, from a fandom perspective, you can make a lot more.
Well, okay, so there's two things I want to say about this. So first off is I don't think that it's ever going to be like, oh, I was going to go get a commission, but then I had an AI do it instead. I do think that probably does happen, but I don't think there's any way to quantify that. I think instead what we will have is that we have a two-front war going on, which is that art is continually being devalued. When you have a bunch of AIs kicking around that can, steal art or not steal art, let's pretend they don't. They all do steal art, but let's pretend that they don't. If they don't steal art, you have a tool that can basically fulfill all of the basic needs for an artist. And the only people who then end up being able to remain artists are people who have already reached the level of prominence as like a Brandon Sanderson, or people who have been chosen by a corporation because it's above the scope of what a computer can do, a la like R.A. Salvatore, who does all of like the Star Wars, or a ton of the Star Wars novels, or the D&D novels, where it's like, this is our chosen writer, we know this guy will do what we want, he can orchestrate a storyline across multiple books like an AI can't. But instead, what you have with all these AIs is them replacing everyday needs for art. Our lives are fucking packed with art. In fact, I think most people, if they actually took time to think about it,
graphic design and such.
Not just graphic design. Yeah, graphic design. I'm talking everything. You walk outside, you see graphic design all over shit. You see custom art on people's bumper stickers and T-shirts. You see custom art on the covers of magazines and booklets and postcards and all kinds of stuff. And there's all this different needs for art to make our world colorful and like capable of being lived in. And I think that this is like as common now as it's always been. In fact, I think there's almost more of a desire for like small bits of art than there ever has been. Because like, for example, like the reason why people make so much money online selling stickers and shit is because, well, people live in a world that increasingly looks exactly the same everywhere you go. This is especially true, of course, I'm in America, I talk about America. This is especially true in America. Every town has your Target, your McDonald's, your blah, blah, blah. And people want to make their spaces unique. Everybody has the same like 5 models of car. You want to put stickers on your bumper sticker. You want to put stickers on the inside. Everybody has the same basic iterations of backpacks and clothings, all bought from Costco and Walmart and whatever. People want to spruce it up. So there's a lot of work for artists to be doing these things. Now, of course, that work has all been gigafied, which means that the artists are on a razor thin margin. And what happens is, and also that means that costs are always a little more than the average also gigafied person can even afford. But when you have tools that can simply steal the abundance of existing art and turn it into something on demand, then all of a sudden people don't ever feel the need to go look for a sticker to buy from an actual artist or commission something. Instead, there will just be a sea change, a passive change in everyday things that people currently lean on to make their lives worth living will simply be replaced with machine simulacra. And over a long enough time, I think that would lead to a death spiral in style, which is horrifying to think about. A world in which even all of our what we cling to for artistic expression and spice in our lives now could become just as banal as like a McDonald's cup. But I think that that's a very realistic outcome. That instead of it just being like, oh, I lost a commission because somebody went to AI art, instead it will be like, well, no one buys stickers anymore because Redbubble has an AI that can instantly spin up your favorite product in sticker of whatever type you want, and then there's just no need for anybody to buy that.
At that point.
What's that?
Yeah, like if
well, it doesn't need to be. It doesn't have to be theft. That's the thing. Who's to say it's theft? If AI art is determined as art, well, they're just remixing. They're just whatever.
You can still, if I were to take okay, so this is actually because copyright's really interesting part of this. So people buy stickers and stuff of brands and things that they like.
Not just brands, like
like characters and shows and things that they want to support. That people will commission things of stuff they like. With or without titties, or their own characters and things. Those aren't things that can be replaced by an AI. Like again, if I want, like for example, on my purse, I have it covered in like Hell of a Boss pins and everything. There wouldn't be an AI that could really successfully generate that, and even if there was something that tried to come close, it would be.
Oh, I don't think that's true at all.
Copyright. It would be copyright theft.
Okay, but real quick, let me give you an alternative. What if tomorrow Hell of a Boss gets bought by Disney, and then Disney purchases an AI that they feed all of their art that they own. They now own the art to Hell of a Boss. They own the art to Mickey Mouse, blah blah blah. They take the AI, they put all of their images into it, and then they create a website, a web front that lets people say, Mickey Mouse. Type in your favorite Disney words and we can get whatever you want. And maybe they would have the AI generate some successful models and they would select those models and sell them. I think it would be very easy. And I think we can see that this has already happened once by the studio and committee model of making movies that is taken over. That is what most movies that make the most money, that are seen by the most people, those are all movies that are made in a automated assembly line fashion, just like this. I think it would be very easy for Disney to purchase an art AI, tweak it just enough so that it makes the Mickey Mouses look good, and then run a website where all of their series and whatever are just on there, and they never have to hire an artist again because it's just plugging in stuff that they already own to generate new versions. I mean, arguably they do this already, right?
Anything new though is the thing.
Well, but so what? Then they'll just wait for somebody. Then they'll just wait for somebody to make something new and then buy them out, as they do right now. Every single time something new is made now, it gets bought up by Disney. They already do that. They already do that for the reason, and the reason that they do that is because the ecosystem, the atmosphere, is already so impoverished that the margin for being able to survive while making creative pursuits is so tight that that people don't have any choice, and they usually literally have no choice. They just have to sell their shit because it's either they can't keep making art at a sustainable rate, and therefore eventually they stop making it, and then they are like, well, I don't make this anymore, I'll sell it to Disney. Or Disney walks up and says, we will give you $1 billion. You will never have to think about eating ever again if you give us your new product. And then they just plug it into their algorithm. They already do this. They do this right now.
If they starve, then there wouldn't be any, so we'll say this. If they stopped being able to make art because they couldn't make a living, then there'd be no new art for them regardless. So yeah, the fundamental
and so
issue
then what you'll
have
is you will have Walt Disney funded you will have exactly what happens with Disney already does this in this way, but you'll have what happens with tech companies, where tech companies will found incubators. Basically, they will make an art collective, and then they will hire people there, and they will say, hey, we'll give you a steady wage and you give us your art in exchange. And so then they will simply just directly commission something new to immediately feed into their AI. But this also goes to the point that the AIs can't generate anything new. So why do we shouldn't consider that art? It's not. We need humans to make art. Yeah.
I think ultimately the thing is it's a novelty. These aren't like the AI art thing. Okay, aside from the thing done by OpenAI, who are assholes with their GPT-3 stuff. Sorry, most of the algorithms and everything that are used to make these arts are, they're done by people who are trying to make new cool toys. Now, yes, a lot of times they can get bought by corporations, but the corporations that do that, how do I put this? It's I'm trying to think here. So the novelty is the point in a way. Like, I don't see this as becoming a big new thing because it doesn't scratch that itch that people want. People want new stuff. Now,
Isn't that a concession then to my point that AI art ultimately lacks something that makes it art? It's an interesting toy, it's an interesting tool, but it clearly doesn't satisfy something, and so we shouldn't pretend that it does. We should just say, hey, this is an interesting tool that you can use. Because if it's true, which I think it is, I think that AI art, I should say something. AI art can be used as a part of a greater piece of art. Like, I know that people brought up, some people in the comments said oh, sometimes I use AI art to spin up a concept for a D&D campaign that I'm putting a part of. And all right, that's a pretty innocuous use. You don't really have the funds or the time or whatever, although I will note that a lot of small artists on the internet make money off of doing D&D commissions and whatever, but let's not go there. For not ignoring that. Okay, having a little AI that you can type something in to enhance the art that you've already written and that you're sharing with somebody else, that's pretty fine. But the art in and of itself does not have enough. There's not enough substance to it for us to call it art, so we shouldn't. Or at least it doesn't satisfy us, so we shouldn't call it that. We shouldn't try to fool ourselves, or we shouldn't buy into people who are trying to fool us. You know what I mean?
So in that case, we have two different things here.
Yeah.
So on the one hand, is the concern that it will replace art, or is your concern that it's not art, from a philosophical level, so therefore we don't have to worry about it? It seems like you're coming at two points here. And so
no, I think it's both. And the reason why I say that is because I think that it is not art and it is not satisfying. However, if there is nothing else, if nothing else is permitted to exist, which, by the way, that is the way that capitalism operates. We've seen that over and over again. The reason why there's only the reason why monocropping has taken over the entirety of America, for example, the breadbasket is all monocropped. It's not because corn is the only crop that grows well in the Midwest, or the only crop that people want. It's because all of the farms were bought up by massive agribusiness corporations, and for whom it is profitable to only grow corn. And so people don't have a choice anymore, because the actual, the space and the time, the material aspects of it have been captured by a capitalistic state/economy abomination. Some would call it a leviathan. I think the same thing is going to happen with art. I think that AI art is extremely emotionally bereft. It is at best a elementary part of something bigger that can be used to make something bigger. But I think that because of its ease of its technological efficiency and its ease of use, quote unquote, that we will continually see the powers that be, the ones that are currently controlling the materials, the resources, etc. We will see them use that to replace the need for for any other type of art, and that type of art will be pushed onto the margins where it can be successfully controlled by those corporations. I don't think that there will ever be a time in human history where no genuine art will exist. I think that literally, I mean, I know for a fact because there are, of course, outsider artists like, you know, like, fuck, what's his name? I can't think of his name right now. I literally can't think of his name. The guy who made like an entire fantasy universe over the course of his life and never told a soul about it. And only after he died was it discovered. I can't fucking remember his name. Anyway, outsider artists exist. There will always be people making art for their own purposes. But what we will see is we will see it become more rarer and rarer to be able to find that over time. Anything that is, the only things that will exist are those which are palatable to the machine, and they will be immediately bought up or immediately wrested from the control of the artist, and there will be nothing that artist can do. The creator will die, and the machine will continue.
So I will say this, because that's, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. This actually, oh gosh, I have to resist the temptation to have this, take this into a tangent on a really spicy take. But I feel, as has been demonstrated for years and years and years and years and years now, we're in an era where there are more independent expressions of art than like ever before. Look at, so we'll say this, one of the best examples, I would argue, of what is it? Steph Sterling calls it quadruple capitalism or whatever. You know, with the big monolithic game companies, right, producing, churning out the same thing year after year, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the indie game scene is flourishing. Like,
okay,
it's
but
because
the
people
indie,
are wanting that.
That is not true, though. I understand where you're coming from in saying that there's been lots of really cool indie games, but the indie game scene is not flourishing. The indie game scene, the great indie games, have come only out of pure human stubbornness. And in fact, even what I consider to be the crowning achievement of the indie game world, Pathologic 2, which was created which was created by a team of 25 people. They lost almost the entire team because in order to make Pathologic 2 happen in the current economic current economic environment, what was required was an unbearable amount of crunch, and it literally killed the studio. And now we might never see the rest of Pathologic 2 because that was the only way that could even occur. The game simply would not have launched. They would not have had money to complete it. They had to do horrible things, and unfortunately, a lot of people suffered as a result of it. There are a lot of good indie games. There are a lot of really amazing indie games.
Larian Studios is one of the best success stories, I think, because they had to do a lot of trash games to get enough funding to get Divinity Original Sin done, which Divinity Original Sin 2 is now its own thing. The biggest success story, I'd say, in indie gaming, though, I would say is Warframe, which, even though it's free to play and is like extremely ethical, it's been around for 10 years now, and has a huge player base, through stubbornness. But like they don't have to do crunch. They give vacation time, etc. I know. Do
you know who owns Digital Extremes?
They're not owned. Tencent has a part stake in it, but it's not a controlling share, and they have no creative control over DE. That one I know. I actually looked at the info, like the actual contract, whatever agreement on that one, because I was worried.
I think that Warframe. So wow, there's a lot I could say about Warframe. I've put thousands of hours into Warframe.
Ivara is my best character. I love Ivara. Sorry.
Yeah, no, Ivara is amazing. Also, I went ham on Ivara, but yes, Invisi fishing, and Invisi animal catching. But yes, it is Tencent. The Tencent investment is unbelievable, and that is a very rare thing. But this is an example, by the way, of what I was talking about before, which is what will happen is that mega corporations will create art communes where a handful of like 5 people will be able to live in functional paradise as long as they're willing to give give their blood directly to the machine to exploit and sell battle passes and platinum on. And while I will agree that probably the work environment at Digital Extremes is probably better than most any others, I do not think that the product is something that I have a lot of issues with Warframe. Despite the fact that there's a lot that I love about Warframe, there's also a fucking lot to hate, and a lot of the shit that even people like James Stephanie Sterling talks about, those aspects are in that game, and while it's free to play, it's more like free to grind for 30,000 hours before you fucking actually can get anywhere. Most of that game, and I know this because I played the platinum market.
It's about to get interesting. Don't worry. Sorry.
Yeah. It's a game where I played the platinum market. I was able to buy the new things when they came out, and I know how many people keep that game's economy going by dumping raw cash into it. So I don't think it's a good example. Unfortunately, I think it's actually an example
Better example would be Supergiant. They released extremely successful games, and they don't ever crunch, and they have mandatory vacation time. And they're a very small studio.
But how many Supergiants exist, and how many how many of everything else exists? Yeah.
Here's where we get super spicy. So, not enough, and in fact, there is one giant corporation it's one person who owns a corporation that's changing that, which is Tim Sweeney with Epic Studios, which, yes, it has a lot of ethical concerns with consumer exploitation, whatever, but Tim Sweeney himself is I think his whole thing is he wants to take vertical power, and distribute it horizontally so that indie devs can more successfully flourish. That's why Epic gives a lot of they'll just straight up give money to studios that are starting without needing an exclusivity thing.
They're buying them. They're doing what I said about Disney.
Not even buying them necessarily. So they're not. So first off, there's the one level where they can get exclusivity, which just basically means don't put your game on Steam. And a studio will get a huge amount of cash. They also, though, with no strings attached, they have grants where they'll give indie studios games. They've made a lot of their tools free to undercut competition, like they made Unreal Engine free because Unity was being an asshole. Essentially, I have a whole thing with Epic because they're doing capitalism, quote, wrong by using their money to try to crush monopolies, because Tim Sweeney has a lot of he's like Ozymandias from
I don't
Watchmen,
know that
anyway,
this is
that's a tangent.
It's a bit of a tangent. I also don't know that it is a sustainable model, and we'll see, I guess, in a few years what happens. I feel like every upstart billionaire starting a new empire always sells their new empire as this time it's the good one. And I don't know, maybe, but I don't really look at Epic and think of like a flourishing indie wonderland. I see a kingmaker. I see a corporation that's sitting on a mountain of gold that it has gotten through cutthroat business tactics, then being able to kingmake at their own leisure. And to me, that is the opposite of the argument you were making before, which is that we see an unprecedented amount of art. I don't think we see an unprecedented amount of new and amazing art these days. I think that there's an unprecedented amount of people connected to one another because of things like the internet and because of things like phones and global cellular connections. I think there's an uptick in how many people are connected, and that means there's a numerical uptick in the amount of amazing art that we can come across. If you are suddenly connected to the entire world, the chance that you're going to be able to find something incredible goes up. I mean, for example, I don't think there's a chance in hell that unless I learned Russian, that I would have ever been able to play Pathologic if Pathologic 2 had came out 20 years before. If the technology existed at a certain point, I don't think I ever would have been able to play it, because 20 years ago the ability for people to network across the world was not at the degree that it was. Now we do have global networking, but I don't think that means that we actually have like a per capita increase in people's ability to express artistically. And I certainly don't think that it means that we have a per capita increase in the ability for people to like sustainably make art. In fact, I think right now, most of what we've talked about has been how it's actually increasingly impossible to make your living as an artist, even though there's a greater hunger for art than ever before, because of the way that the economy is leveraged, because of the way that IP is controlled and powered, and the way that the means of production are controlled with regard to art. The reality is that to me it seems like we've connected all of the billion people on Earth, and now we have 100 great works of art, where before we may have only had 10. So the connections that were possible went up by millions upon millions of billions, incomprehensible numbers of new connections have been formed by people going online, but we've only really seen a small expansion of the potential art. I would love a world in which there is so much art that everywhere we turn, there is an abundance of creativity. And I know that the world can do that because we've done it for all of our history. We're even doing it now. It's just that nobody can actually survive doing it. And so a lot of it stops, or is smothered in the cradle, or is bought up by mega corporations and turned into trash.
We'll say this now, just from a very simple perspective, I guess. We'll go with furry art. Right now, there's more furry art than there was 10 years ago, 20 years ago. That's a lot of artists. And so like that's, and that wouldn't have been made possible without the internet and everything.
Great.
That's a lot of people making more of a living than they would have been able to otherwise. Like it's people getting away from, or helping at least escape a bit of wage slavery, being able to make more of an ethical business model by doing that kind of thing. And I understand that the fear then comes from AI taking that away, but what has made things like furry art flourish are the very things that AI could not replicate.
For now. The luck, this is furry art right now. I'm gonna borrow, and I'm gonna go like, I'm gonna be at the risk of being slightly offensive. This is an analogy. Please don't take this further than the analogy I'm doing. But furry art is currently like a country that hasn't yet been colonized. It's sitting there going, well, we have our little paradise. We'll never go the way of another country that's been colonized. Because it's because currently furry art is illegible. It's not like corporate people don't understand furry art. But the moment you get the first furry fucking CEO, you better goddamn know that furry CEO is gonna if they happen to be a tech CEO and interested in making money off of this shit, they're gonna do that. They're gonna figure out what it is that makes the furries tails wag, and then they're gonna go, okay, now we have an AI, or we can hire 15 artists and we can mass produce art that will get everybody's tail wagging. And then all of a sudden, 20 years from now, all of the furries will be sitting there going, damn, it just doesn't feel good anymore. I don't know what it is. Just like every other art has had to experience.
Yes, there has been the furry tech CEO, Varka with Bad Dragon,
I'm sure.
who also owns. They also own E621 and a few other sites, but there's still, it's, how do I put it? Because, Varka is a complicated person. I'd say E621 at the very least has become a big place for sharing art. They've actually, over time, they've become a lot more artist friendly. And it's a way for a lot of people to have their art discovered, even though it has been part of the corporateness. And also a lot of studios now are realizing that furry artists have a lot of skill, and furry artists get hired to do things and work for bigger studios, etc., which unfortunately is a pay cut most of the time. But like in terms of just like economics, furry artists, and also when I'm saying furry artists, by the way, I also mean other like fantasy personal artists, like all the other illustrator or creative things. Just furry art is an easy umbrella for me. I don't know. I guess I'm a lot more optimistic ultimately about things. I've seen a lot of crap happen. You and I are like about the same age, so we've seen some shit go down. But I think, yeah, I look at the future being much brighter. Yeah, and yeah, Pants, I was gonna say, yeah, Bad Dragon's pretty controversial. That is not an argument to get into. I'm
So
too
that's a long
personally tied to
conversation.
Yeah, I am too personally biased for that one. Well, quick stories. I was hanging out with Mark in the hotel room when he kind of decided to come up with the whole thing. He was literally perched on, like, he's sitting in a chair with a wine glass, and like we're in the top of the hotel. He was like looking out at the city of San Jose like an evil fucking villain when we were discussing Bad Dragon. It was hilarious and also kind of ominous. But yeah, I have personal involvement with a lot of stuff. But for those who are not who don't know what Bad Dragon is, don't worry, you're not missing anything. Let's see. Oh, so Babylon. For me, optimism is a survival mechanism. I cannot afford to be pessimistic. I really don't have, not to sound condescending, but I don't really have the luxury of pessimism. If that makes sense to people.
I think that makes sense. I don't really categorize myself as an optimist or a pessimist. To me, I look at the operation of current AI, and it's not AI, but current algorithmic image generation or computer image generation, and I see I can see the glowing eyes of Walt Disney like hovering behind it. It looks to me like it is almost. I mean, I don't know. I've never really taken the time to go look in who is actually funding these companies. But even if none of them are funded by Disney, there's nothing stopping Walt Disney from recognizing, oh my God, we have an infinite money printing machine by letting people literally type in their dreams and fantasies, just like Magic Walt Disney World. And, they'll get whatever out, and we own it. And it will produce things that we own. And I don't know. I think that
it's actually worse than that right now. OpenAI is people who hold the keys to the most advanced art algorithm are extremely puritanical, more so than even Disney is.
Interesting.
And it's kind of shitty. So it's it's in that situation kind of already, but yeah.
And so this comes to the point where like this is why I'm very open about like, hey, all art is subjective. This is my opinion on it. I urge people to taste deeper of the world, to live a life with more meaning, to taste things deeper than a Funko Pop, and to taste things deeper than an AI generated like key jingling. Like, yes, I do agree that there are some types of AI art that are more, involved and more interesting than others. But I think that AI art is a cheap alternative to what people really crave, which is they want something that's unique and special that touches them. And you know what they should do?
I can agree.
They should take 10 minutes and go browse Fur Affinity and find an artist who can draw that cool thing that they were going to type into the AI art thing, and then they'll spend $10. And sure, it's not free. It was $10, to have a sketch done, or $15 to have a slightly detailed sketch done, or $100 to have a basic drawing done, or $200 to have a nice one done. But what you'll walk away with is something deeply satisfying, something that, or $600, completely. Whatever your price rate is. I don't really care. Yeah. Like,
that is
but yeah,
sorry.
Yeah. No, I just mean that it's like you'll walk away.
That's
yeah.
Sorry.
You'll walk away with something that satisfies you. We keep starting at the same time. It's the delay. It's okay.
I would say, that is, that's a good takeaway. People who look for AI art, maybe it could be, we can figure out a way to redirected those people towards more substantive sources of art.
Well, the only way we're going to do that is by recognizing that the opponents of like free creativity and the opponents of actual beautiful art are waiting to scoop up those AI algorithms once they've been trained by all of us. And mark my fucking words, in the next 5 years, we will see that. We will see it gathered up. We will see these AIs if they haven't already been bought up by them. I don't know. I don't actually know whether they're owned or not by like Palantir or by a Palantir subsidiary or by a Disney subsidiary. They might already be, but they're being trained up and the data is being gathered so that you can make a tool that will essentially allow them to not really make artists obsolete, but to choke out artists, to force people who are finding a way to live outside of the gig economy, outside of the labor economy, or outside of the traditional labor economy, to choke them out of that, so they have to go back in, so that every person who currently makes their living off of art will only be able to do so if they are approved by Disney. And if they're not approved by Disney, then they don't get to make their living by art. They get to make their living working in the hamburger mines, or working in the Uber Eats delivery mines, or working in the Amazon call center mines. That's the goal. The goal is ultimately
how it is right now, though. For a lot
I
of
agree.
People, unless
it's going to
you're
make it
furry
worse.
artists.
And if you think it's bad now, like I said, don't act like I would hope that we wouldn't act like niche art is makes it safe, because keep in mind that this already happened to all kinds of niche art. This happened to rock and roll. When rock and roll was frowned upon, then it became corporate. People began to understand it and they made it legible. And then, well, rock and roll became a mainstream thing. This happens with basically every single art, no matter how niche, has found a way to become captured by the profit machine. And so I don't think that furry art is safe. I don't think that kink art is necessarily safe. I think that what will happen is that certain types of art will be invited in and promised large rewards, and then all unacceptable art within that subgenre will be choked out and left to die. And then you will have...
This.
Yeah.
Sorry. Zootopia is hanging above all of our heads as we say this, I think.
Yeah.
But the thing is here's why furries are based. The more something gets corporate and put out by Disney and the more mainstream it gets, the more Rule 34 gets requested.
Well, that's true, but that's what they said about punks too, and look at how punks are doing.
Punks didn't make Rule 34 though.
Punks did worse than that. Punks were like, we don't want our music to be accessible, so we're gonna piss on the audience. We're gonna vomit on the floor while our song is going, and guess what? The punks still got digested by the machine.
Yeah. Wow, talking about forcing, punishing, digesting, I think this conversation has taken a turn.
It's gone into the vor department.
Yeah, that means I think we need to end it here, so we don't go for the throat there. Giggity intentions nasty mentioned. But
it was great talking with you. If you please once again shout yourself out, tell people where they can follow you and see your amazing art, and hopefully all of these, now that all of my chatters have been giga red pilled on the fact that AI art is to be resisted, you will probably find that maybe this chat will be a fruitful environment for finding new commissions, now that they have been convinced of the fact that art is a human endeavor.
Yep. Twitter.com/raptiefeathers. Rap, like word rap, and then T, but it's TIE. Feathers. That's the easiest way to find everything I work from there. It's got links to my streaming place, where the comic I color for, my fur affinity.
There you go. I put it up on the screen.
Occasionally, I shit post and retweet things like the insane Demon Mama thing I made.
It's amazing. Oh yeah, I could show them that. Hold on.
Oh god, that was freaking funny.
Wait, the
face.
Wait, the yinglet.
Oh yeah, the yinglet too. Yeah. I was thinking of the icon I made,
but Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hold on, like guys, just so you all know, the new sus emote. Everybody, right now in chat, everybody type sus in caps. SUS. Just type sus. Okay. That art was made by Raptie. So yeah, see all that? See that sus? That sus was made by Raptie. Good job, Raptie. Like seriously, I shouted you out on the first stream, but just so everybody knows, now you can put a voice to the face, to the sus. And then also I was going to show the amazing, here, go ahead and keep talking and I'll bring up the Yinglet art here.
Oh, yes, which I swear I'm going to actually send you out the mug and stuff. I've just, you know how things are. But I want to encourage chat. So everybody in chat, do art. Be creative. Don't be afraid to make icons, do anything, even if you feel like you don't have any skill or anything like that, or you don't have the quote talent needed. Do it. Have fun. If you follow me on Picardo, which is linked through my Twitter, you can see when I stream, which is rarely. And I often will do discussions to help people who are interested in getting into art. I've got a lot of advice and a lot of encouragement that I can give people because I care. You know, I love basically everybody, and I think people should be able to have the ability and confidence to express themselves, no matter how small.
I think you're awesome, Raptie.
Thank
and
you.
I'm glad
You're
we were
awesome.
able to discuss these things where we differ and where we agree. I think this was a interesting back and forth, and I'm glad that I had it with you.
Oh, me too. It was quite based. I will check you out later.
All right. Have a good night. Bye for now.
Oh, you too. Bye.
All right, everybody. That was Raptie. By the way, I'm just going to show you again. This is the art that Raptie says, where it says, Hi. So very lovely imps. How are things for you today, for this day today? So much excitement for this stream. Such excites. That's me as a Yinglet. This is me as a Yinglet. If you don't know what a Yinglet is, well, go enjoy, okay? Yinglets are a creature from a really, really great comic called The Out of Placers. We have a command for it. We're supposed to have a command for it. But yeah. And no, an AI could not make that. Only Raptie could. Only Raptie could. Why does the Yinglet command not work? Oh no, hold on, there it is. It worked, oop, there it is. Check out Raptie's comic, The Out of Placers, at valsalia.com. Go, it's queer rat bird things. It's really fucking good, okay? It's oop for Out of Placers. It's really, really good. It's a great comic. It's extremely cute. It's mildly, well, okay, I should say it's very horny, but not like explicitly not safe for work most of the time. Like it's really fucking good. I read the entire thing in 2 days because I got so addicted to it. It's PG-13, but there's a lot of love and there's a lot of mild horniness. There's a lot of flirtiness and there's a lot of lewd jokes. It's really good though. Okay, really fucking good. All right, everybody. So we have been going for almost 4 hours. We've been going for 3 hours and 44 minutes, but I am not quite done. AT5D2D Derek, hypothetically, if there was an AI that could turn regular Peepo emotes into Impo emotes, would that be considered art? Yeah, I don't know. In this case, it's for a really niche approach, and you're basically using a tool. I don't know. I think that's more than what we're talking about. You're very directly using a tool. Maybe, I don't know. I would say that's art. I think your emotes are art. There you go. There you go. It's close enough. How can you steal art? I do not believe in the concept of stealing art. That's between you and the moon, sister. That's all I have to say. No, I'm just kidding. What I mean to say is, while I don't believe in like people who are inspired by somebody else are stealing art, I think that what we're talking about here is deliberately erasing who made the art, taking something that's theirs and literally using it as a building block without ever giving attribution. And to me, that categorizes as stealing. I think it's really easy to be like simultaneously against intellectual property as it currently stands while still recognizing that there is good that can come from recognizing who it was that made something, who it was that dreamed something into existence. It is plagiarizing. It's plagiarism of the worst type. Yeah, so... yeah. Do you think that AI supporters would feel comfortable saying that AI articles are literature? Probably, but that's because they're really, like, a lot of them are very stupid. There was something, oh yeah, okay, so there were a couple of questions that I wanted to answer. So, if your thesis is that AI art isn't art because it just recombines, however, how is that not the case for all art? Recombination is still something new. Hey, thank you very, very much, Raptie. Raptie says, everyone give yourself a hug if you can, even if it's just a mental one. You are loved and deserve it. True! Thank you very much, Raptie. Very, very kind of you. You do not have to do that, but thank you very, very much. Okay, let me answer this. Serios says, if your thesis is that AI art isn't art just because it recombines or whatever, how is that not the case for all art? Well, it's interesting. My thesis isn't that it just recombines. My thesis is that it lacks multiple aspects of what we generally consider art. There is no social element to the creation of AI art. There is no context for what goes into the creation of the art, and its recombination is the most basic version of recombination you could possibly imagine. There is no intentionality. So there's a number of things there. But what I wanted to be what I should be clear about, just so that you understand, is that if you think the way that an AI recombines art is at all the same with how a human processes and recombines art, like I said, even the laziest copycat artist is doing a infinitely more complex process of creativity than an AI. An AI is just running through a library of existing things and spontaneously taking those things and just mushing them together. That is not at all the same thing as a human bringing something into their mind, thinking on it, understanding it, reimagining it, recontextualizing it, and then bringing it back out into the world. I don't think the AI is the artist. The person directing it is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've said that. I think that you could argue that somebody directing an AI can be the artist, but I don't think what they've produced is the art. I think what they put in is the art. What they wrote, what they crafted in order to make the robot do that would be the art, not whatever the robot produces. Oh, that's true. I did show my Sona on stream. I don't think I showed the penis version though, but I should have. Jessica Metal says, hey, I've got to go spend time with the girlfriend. Say hi to your girlfriend and I hope you have a good night. But I want to smoosh all the dumb counter arguments you'll face from bad faith actors. If a bot gendered individual created a bathtub estrogen picture, is that art? Yes. I don't know. Well, wait. Should I show? I should show now that my fursona has been brought up, I should show it, right? Okay, Sirios says, if I'm an amputee that has robot arms that work on voice commands and I direct them in such a way as to paint a picture, is that art? I didn't use my hands. Obviously it is. You are the intention behind those tools going. Do you think that's a good faith? Do you think that's like a good faith like step there? Sirios, do you want to come on and talk to me? Would you rather just have a voice debate? Because I I would rather talk to you in voice than go back and forth across chat. Do you want to just pop in? Because I can. Okay, perfect. All right. Oh, I see that you've already added me. All right, this will be easy. Here we go. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? All right, you can hear me.
I can hear you just fine.
What is the name you would like me to put up, and what are your pronouns?
S3RIOS, so just my Discord name, and then pronouns or any all. I don't care.
Okay, any all, based. Based, any all are in here. All right, let's get you up on here. All right, so I'm gonna say that your first part seems to be you're trying to draw, like you're trying to sort of tease out where I draw the line between like a tool and a like an automated process, or like where the machine becomes too much that I don't consider it art or whatever. And the answer is I don't think there's a hard line. I think it would be very difficult to find a hard line for that. But I think that you can analyze various situations and come to reasonable conclusions without having to have like a universal hard line as to where a tool ends and a like machinic process begins. I don't think that like if you are an amputee with voice activated arms and you use that to create a painting, I don't think that that is the same thing as just sort of typing a prompt into a computer and letting that computer parse through every image that it can find and then try and sort of please you with the result.
Well, okay. So the thing is, though, is that if what you're hoping for is like a process of doing art and not just, I guess, like typing in the words, rarely do people just type in the words and just take the first image, right? Like a lot of art, at least, okay, so I do art, quote unquote, in that I create I create things in other games, right? So I make Minecraft maps, I do geometry dash levels. That
Awesome.
I consider that art, right? But
yeah, I would agree.
But you know, when I'm doing that kind of stuff, a lot of what I have to do is I just have to iterate. Like I just have to try something and see what it ends up looking like or what it ends up feeling like. And, you know, sometimes I don't have any direct idea of what it's going to do. Sometimes I do, but sometimes I don't. And I just kind of like try different things until I get a result that I'm satisfied with.
Sure.
Why is that different for AI art? Just because it's like easier? Because like if I'm like tweaking the prompt to get something out of it that I want, like why is that necessarily like why isn't that art if I do that?
I mean, okay, wait, so, wait, why isn't AI art? Sorry, I was just confused. Were you saying that Minecraft or whatever that you were working in is not art? Because I would agree that the process of you tweaking something to get it to look just right in Minecraft is like multiple steps above, like we're talking about an AI, even if you do the like modern type of AI art, even if you are doing multiple iterations. And the reason why I would say that is because what you're describing in your process of getting the perfect look and feel out of your Minecraft sprite or whatever it is that you're creating yourself, not only is there like you are the one creating that sprite in the first place. You are putting the pieces together. However many tools you need to use to get to that point. That is, you have an intentionality. There's something you're trying to create there, and that is directly influencing. Even if you have to iterate and practice, that is absolutely, there's an intentionality there. You are also creating.
Hold on, can I ask?
You're also creating. Hold on, I got to finish first. You also are creating a context, which is one of the other things that I think that makes up art. AI art has extremely minimal context. Now, if you say like, hey, I made this cool art and I'm gonna post it on my Twitter and go, whoa, this is the cool thing I made with the AI art thing. There is some context there. You know, somebody can ask you, oh, what did you type in to make this happen? And then you can tell them that. But that's extremely minimal, isn't it? Even if you had to type it in multiple times, even if you spent 1.5 hours, wow, typing in different prompts until you got the thing that looked right, what you're comparing that to something that you do in Minecraft, not just a matter of time, but as a matter of what you are actually putting into it. The level of creativity, the level of intent that you are putting into that is significantly different. That is the shit that I would call context, which is if I ask you, if I see a really cool Minecraft sprite, and I'm like, damn, that's really interesting. I can't quite make out what this one texture is. I'm gonna message the artist. Hey, what is this? I like this. What is it supposed to be? Where did it come from? You can tell a story from that. That is hyper minimal in AI art. While there's of course some exceptions to this rule, I would say the bulk of AI art is not just, it's not about whether it's easy, it's just that it's ephemeral. It disappears immediately, it's discarded, and the only real context and history that you can point to that goes into that art is saying, I typed this into the box, and then I typed this into the box, and then I typed this into the box. Does that make sense?
I don't see why that's a bad thing, though. Like, why is it bad that you can just that all you have to say for yourself is that you typed it in if that's repeatable? And also it exists in the context of the context exists in the sense that like those words have, you know, meanings and rich histories to them that clearly the AI takes something from them, right?
No, it does not.
So
come on,
you don't
don't
think
lie
the
to me.
AI
No, it's not. It's searching for specific tags. There is, okay, if I was to tell you, okay, hold on. If I was to say the word war to you, I imagine that if you sat and just thought on the word war, let's say we did like a Buddhist style like meditation, you sit down and think about the word war for 1 hour, you would come up with like an incomprehensible amount of connections. And those amount of connections are like, it's almost unfathomable if you sit and think on a topic like that. But an AI is not doing that. An AI will find other things that have been tagged for it as war. And that is all that it can do. It can find those references. It can't think about, well, are we talking about the effects of war? Are we talking about the feeling that war can bring upon us? Are we talking about the way that war can change the world? No, they are looking for images. It is an image and nothing more. It can only produce a simulacra. And when I say a simulacra, I mean that. It can only produce an image, and it cannot understand what that image may evoke. It can only yes or no respond. Do you like the image of war that I have presented for you? Yes, no, throw that one away. Yes, no, throw that one away. That's all it can do. When I talk to you, an agent, a thinking mind about war, you can make connections to all kinds of things. I mean, hell, by the end of your 1 hour in thinking about war, you might be thinking about something completely different by the end of that, but that nonetheless has a line of connection, a line of context that is important for how you thought about that thing. That does not happen in a machine.
Well, it doesn't happen in a machine, but I'm not, first of all, I'm not trying to say that the machine is the artist. I said that earlier. I think you are the artist if you're directing the machine in a certain way. But also, I don't know that I don't just think I agree that machines or AI can't make connections further than what you feed it, because I think that that's kind of been the trend in artificial intelligence, at least recently, is to be able to do just that, where you train it on a specific kind of thing, and then from that, it's able to infer further conclusions. You know, this is
right,
why.
But it can only do that by parasitizing off of us. It can only borrow from us. We are the only thing that can give it tags, because it isn't a being with senses. It isn't a being with original thought at all. And while you can make the sort of extreme argument that like humans are ultimately extremely complex machines, good luck ever plotting out like the process of human cognition, because it varies so much from individual to individual that it's so internally complex that I don't even think we're talking about comparable things. What you have with these AI algorithms is searching for tags that we give it. Only what we infuse, only what creativity we infuse it with. We are imposing those connections. And what that also means, by the way, is that every person who uses those algorithms is limited by whoever created the algorithm, whoever told the algorithm to look at things in this specific way. It means that all art produced by that is ultimately not determined by you, but is determined by whoever programmed the algorithm. So that's another aspect that we could talk to. We could go into about this as well.
Well, I agree. I don't
bias that goes
disagree
into
with
it.
anything you're saying here. That like all of these different things influence AI art. That it requires a lot of the like it's built off of the subjective associations that whoever programmed it put into it. That like humans have direct influences over the AI. It's not just like impartial, and that it's not a human. But I feel like all of that lends credence to the idea that it's an art of a kind because if it has all these human elements to it, if it requires that human input, if it's requiring human input at all, it seems to me like that is what art is.
Sorry, I kind of lost you a little bit.
Sorry. Yeah, so I
no, it's
think
okay. It's okay. Here, let me just try something else. Okay, when you look in the mirror, that's not you in the mirror, right? It's a reflection of you, correct? Even though, it's high definition, it looks realistic, and you might even find, well, let's not be narcissistic about it. Let's say you and your girlfriend or boyfriend are standing, or they friend, are standing in the mirror, and you look at their reflection and you go, wow, that's beautiful. But you can recognize that even though that mirror is replicating them, it's not them, it's something different. It's a simulacra. It's an image of them. This is the same way that that AI art operates. It can only produce a reflection. And in what we digest of it, barring certain contexts, like I said, obviously if you post on Twitter and you say, here's all the things I plugged into it, you can tell a story about how you created the AI art, and that does incorporate it into some sort of an artistic endeavor, even if I think that's kind of a impoverished artistic endeavor, whatever, it's still one. But the image itself is not. And even, I don't know that you are an artist just for being able to like, I don't know, just for being able to command a machine, a tagging machine to find the correct tag, any more than you would be for being really good at searching on Google. Do you think somebody who's really good at Google searching things is an artist?
I would say that they're skilled at something, but I would say that everything they do is art. Like I have a very permissive definition of art, but I want to hold on. I want to hit on something specific that you're talking about. So
Sure.
You made the analogy to the mirror, that when you look at the mirror and you see somebody in the mirror, that that's not them. Like, because that's not, it's not them, right? It's just an image of them. But I don't think that art is anything more than the image. Like, I don't think art physically exists. Art exists in your mind. That's it. Like there are art objects. There are objects that art inhabits, but that's not what the art is. The art is your engagement with the thing. Like, I don't think the disc is like the disc.
I don't agree with you.
Okay, so do you think the disc that the Lord of the Rings movies come on, is that the art, or is the movie the art? The image, the sensory perception, is that the art?
I think it's neither of those things. I think that art is. I don't think that. Okay, so some people have a view of art where art is all projection. Personally, I don't buy into that. I don't think that art should be or is all perception. Now some may say like, isn't this like an anti-death of the author position? And yes, it is an anti-death of the author position to a certain degree, which is to say that I actually think that the origin of art is deeply important. And I think that most people who enjoy art to a deep degree, and most people who make art, recognize that the origin of art is incredibly important. So I don't think that, I think that a DVD is a copy of a piece of art that is how you view it. It is basically like a DVD could be seen as equivalent to like opera glasses, like those little things that let you see so that if you're sitting in the nosebleeds, you can still see what's happening on the stage. That's basically what a DVD is. A DVD is just a medium that allows a constructed piece of art to be replayed and viewed elsewhere. It's not the art itself, but the art.
So then where is the art?
Hold on a second. The art, it doesn't exist only in the projection, unless you are like, I guess if you are like a hardcore, like, what's the word? Solipsist, then I guess you could make the argument, but I don't think so. I think that art exists in the conflux. It is an emergent trait that comes from the conflux of social aspects, of intention, and of like emotional projection. So I think art truly arrives when somebody sets out to make something and someone else sees that thing and digests that thing and is able to take something from it. Even if they're, and I think that this definition works for works very well for nearly every circumstance. Even art where like that is like lost to time and then refound. Like for example, some people like there's meme arts like the it's not even memes, but like hog pot and hedgehog, like the hedgehog cart or dog toy or whatever, where they're like these like the hog pot is like an Etruscan like vessel that was like found and nobody knows who made it, but we know somebody made it and we can see the marks of that person that made it and used it, and we are engaging with that. So we know that somebody made this thing. We may not know exactly what they made it for. They might have used it for oil or soap instead of water, but we know they used it for something. We know there was something there, and we are reaching out and across time and space, making a I would argue almost spiritual connection. And I'm not like I don't really, I'm an atheist. I don't really believe in like that actually, like that there's a magical spiritual force, but nonetheless, that is a thing that exists. That connection can exist. And it's not just projection, because there is an attempt to understand another human in that process, AKA the social aspect. So, yeah, I just don't think that art is purely projection. Otherwise, looking at a blank wall is also an artistic experience as long as you've taken enough drugs.
I think that looking at a blank wall is an artistic experience. Like as
All right,
long as
then.
it was as long as it was from an agent, then I would say that it's art. Like again, my definition of art is incredibly permissive here. But
Well, that's fine. I just
think
don't
the
agree with that
conversation we're
level of
having, I think the conversation we're having right now is art as well.
I do too, but that's because I spent my entire, but like, if you look at the conversation that I had now, not only am I sitting on a stage that contains other pieces of art that I chose and put in position, whether it's the little bumblebees that my little sisters made for me, or the art that I found very compelling and purchased, or the dragon that was found for me on a journey by my little critters. All of these things have meaning and value. And somebody can ask me, hey, where did those little cute bees come from? And I can tell them that story. And my set I made myself. Me and my partner hung up these lights, and this overlay was made by somebody. So I would agree, this is an artistic experience because I made it into one.
Okay, but why? It seems to me that AI art is still that too. Like if
I don't think so.
Why not? Like what is it? So if you say it's lacking context, why isn't me just telling you what words I put in sufficient context?
Oh, I think it is context. I just think that it barely qualifies. And so for me, it's such a small amount of context saying like, I typed these words into a text box and then I pressed enter and then I did it again. That is not an interesting, like it is a, like I don't know if you were here for the initial portion of this conversation, but what I said is that to me, that doesn't cross the line into art. That could be at best like a very basic, like a, wow, that's interesting, but it doesn't cross into the line of art, where I think art is something more. I don't think there's enough context there for that to count as a genuinely artistic experience. To me, that is just a very basic explanation of what you did. It would be like if like the only thing that you could know about like a piece of art, if like you asked an artist, like, okay, the equivalent would be like if you asked a painter and you said, so what drove you to make this art? And then they said, well, first I moved my hand up, and then I moved my hand down, and then I moved my hand up, and then I moved my hand down, and they just told you every step of what they did to make that art. That wouldn't be very helpful, would it? While it is technically context, it's such an impoverished form of context that I can hardly consider it, meaningful.
Sure, but I could like make my story of typing in the words a lot more like interesting if I went into like, so like maybe I say
that would be art. You would be telling a story. That would be art.
Okay,
you telling a story would be art. But the thing that you produced, that not even you produced, the thing that the machine spat back out at you would not in and of itself be art.
Why not? If what you're saying is that it having this context to it, this story behind it, this is what makes something art, or is at least necessary for it to be art, then why does my story about how I created it not count? Like, why doesn't that count anymore? Just because, like, because you talk about how a painter just saying, "Oh, I moved my brush here, 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 and here." It doesn't like get you into the mindset. But
Of course not.
I could talk about like why I used certain words the way that
Sure.
I did. Like, society tends to categorize things this way. So I first tried this word, but then, I thought like, what kind of AI, like what would a tech bro categorize the thing I want as? And how do I make the AI go and call that thing that I want? And then I used this word, and it came to be that I got the image that I wanted or whatever. Like,
I mean,
that
okay,
is.
so I want to address that, but first I want to
Mhm.
say one thing, which is that doesn't it seem like you're don't you see what I'm getting at when you say that like what you have to do in order to even create anything with this AI is imagine what a tech bro would imagine? like you're admitting openly right now, like as a part of your argument, you're admitting that you are accepting an incredible mental shackle in order to even produce anything with this. It's like being like, it's like if you limited yourself to only being able to create art with like origami made out of McDonald's wrappers.
Yeah,
like,
but a lot of people do that.
I'm sure, but like, do you really think that do you really think that like explaining the way that you typed into the Tech Bros image generation machine is like the same thing as, do you really feel like that's the same as like somebody explaining their creative process? Like,
I mean,
how
I
they
think
reached
it's
a point? Because
I think
I
it's
don't think
easy.
it does.
I think it's easier to understand, and I think it's easier to do. But in terms of like, it's a difference of scale and not of type, is what I would say.
Hmm.
Like,
Uh,
does that make
maybe.
sense?
Yeah, I just, to me, it's like you're talking about an extreme that is such that it doesn't, it's within my margin of error, if that makes sense. While
I
I
guess, but
recognize, like, I don't believe that art is objective. It's just, this is my definition of art, and I think I have a compelling argument for it. And I think that you can define whatever you want as art. I mean, lots of people consider things art that I, probably don't consider art. Actually, I don't know. I generally am relatively permissive. I just think that like AI art pushes that.
so, wait, hold on.
In
I
a lot
want
of
to
ways, but yeah.
distinguish between two things, because like when
Sure.
we say something like art is subjective, what I mean by art, when I say art is subjective, what I mean is like what art is good and bad is subjective, right? But when we're talking about like concepts, like does it mean for something to be art? Do you also think that that is subjective, like what it means to be art?
Yes,
And
I think it's
okay,
absolutely subjective. It has to be.
okay,
There's no
so
other.
then
Everything is subjective because we are.
okay,
Yeah.
so then I would agree in this. I would agree that art is subjective in the sense that all concepts are subjective. But
Uh,
I would think that is it not useful to try and find an intersubjectively agreed upon concept of art?
it can be. Sure.
Okay,
It
so
can be. I don't think
and
that. I don't think it'll ever happen. Like, I mean, I don't have an expectation of a universality. I think that most pursuits of universality are a distraction. What I mean by that is to say that when most of the time when people are seeking a universality, they are seeking a method of control, and not like an actual synthesis. So I don't know if it's always useful to find to do that. I think it can be. Depends on the person, probably.
oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, hold on. So you don't think it's useful to find like a definition of art that like encapsulates all the things we find that we think are art, but excludes those ones? Okay,
I mean,
I can see
think it
that
can be.
because
I
art is
think it
pretty.
could be. Yeah, it could be helpful in some contexts. It really depends on what you're trying to do. To me, I don't really find it all that helpful. I have a sort of working definition of what I consider art, and I think it's relatively well, substantiated, and I can make a good argument for it. But I recognize that at the end of the day, people might think differently, and that's okay. I will just
Okay.
disagree with them.
Do you feel like your aversion to calling it art has to do with your not liking it? Like, how do I explain this? Like, I feel like you have a dislike for AI art for I'm sure a lot of reasons. right? You said it, you don't feel like it has soul. You feel like it's like stealing without permission, that kind of stuff,
I
right?
mean, it is, yeah. I would
Yeah,
argue
so
that is like an objective argument. I think that it is that most of the AI algorithms do just objectively steal, without, like, as objective as you can get, they do steal. But
I
that's
don't.
like that's separate than most of my argument. I try to keep those two separate because they are two separate arguments. But
Okay, but
don't like.
I don't know if they are so separate because it feels like your dislike of that is influencing why you don't consider it art to begin with.
Oh, maybe. I mean, I don't know about that. Like, there are things I don't like about AI art, but I've seen AI art that I think is quite funny, and quite good. I mean, fuck, my own partner, who is an incredibly talented artist, was goofing around with the AI art stuff for like a month and a half, and I found a lot of that really funny and kind of cool. I just don't generally think that it rises to what I consider art. And the reason why that's the case is because I personally think that there is value in challenging people, in challenging people to make deeper and better art, to think about things more deeply, and to not be satisfied with just typing in a prompt into a computer and having an image sorting algorithm produce a amalgamation of pre-existing images. Like, I don't think that's a very valuable thing. I think it's like a emotionally, and you could even go so far as to say, I hesitate to use the word spiritually, but as far as I can, a spiritually impoverished experience that you would find yourself happier and better served by other art, and I would be happier because as well, because the world would contain more better art.
Okay, so all right. The I guess the problem I'm having here is that you want to say that, there's something special about uh AI, not AI art, sorry. Art that isn't made by AI, that there's like some spiritual, soulful aspect to it, right?
Yeah, as close as we can get while still speaking materially.
Yeah,
When I
when I
say
say
spiritual, I don't
spiritual,
literally mean
yes, I know.
like a magical spirit. I mean that, like, I'm talking about an emergent quality, a quality that we can say that, like, when the sum is greater than the whole of its parts. And I do think that arises when we have the crux of these things. That doesn't happen with AI art, but yes.
Okay, so the problem is that if real art, in your opinion, is like that special, that it has that quality to it, then
Yes.
what exactly is AI art in danger? How is it in danger of being replaced by AI art?
Well, I was talking about this when I was I don't know if you've been watching this whole segment. I talked
I've
about
been
this already, but I
so
can.
I watched the debate that you had before with
Sure,
the other
sure.
person. That's
With
it.
Raptie, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me address this. So first of all, I don't my description, my initial like takes on this have nothing to really do with the danger of AI art. Personally,
Okay.
I am not threatened by like AI art in the slightest, because like I just don't think it's compelling. I think most people don't find it compelling. So I'm quite confident in that. What the concern case, and there is one area where I do think there is some danger to AI art, which is what I sort of explained to Raptie a little bit and also talked about a little bit earlier. I'll explain it again here, which is the idea that the art that is invisible to us when we talk about art, the stickers that are highly personalized, the shirts that we buy of artists that we like, the prints, all these types of things, these little pieces of art that we buy because they're meaningful to us, because they provoke something in us, they make us think. That I think that those small pieces of art, which by the way, those are the things that keep a lot of artists creating, so they can create small projects, large and small. But these smaller pieces of art that coat our world, that make our world tolerable in any way, are going to be. I do think that there is a risk of them essentially being choked out. That large corporations with AIs that have been trained up via crowdsourcing and via literally just stealing and copying from other artists will be able to produce small pieces of art that are satisfying enough for the time being. And I don't think it will last forever. I do think that people would grow very tired of it. For example, Funko Pops, right? Like Funko Pops are a great example. They pop out, they come out, and they're really popular, and they boom, and every store has them. And now every single store on the planet has 100,000 Funko Pops rotting in its warehouse, and they're going to inevitably become landfill trash. And that's because while it was interesting and cute and fun, and it touched on those like fandom aspects, the nostalgia and the whatever, it doesn't last. It's not a lasting art. It's very wasteful, and it makes people a lot of money in the short term, but it doesn't last. But what I believe is possible is with the way that art is controlled by such highly centralized, massive corporations, with the power of AI, I think that they could basically choke out all of the actual artists who are actually creating things for long enough that we end up with a society that is completely bereft of any meaningful art. Now, do I think this is likely to last forever? No, but I think it would be very unpleasant to go through, and I certainly don't want to live through like the baby Yodification, Funko Popification of every aspect of our lives, because that to me sounds like a nightmare world that I would rather like, I don't know, commit seppuku live on TV than live through.
Okay, so so for one, I feel like this is a capitalism problem and not an AI art problem. Like kind of like how, automation is great, but capitalists will use it to like put people out of a job, and you just get unemployment or whatever. Like it's made bad by the conditions that we exist in, and not because of anything that's inherent within the thing itself. So that's one.
Yeah, but
So
that's I think that can be true for a lot
Can
of
I
things.
keep
Yeah,
going, please?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah. So that was one thing I wanted to touch on. And for another thing is that, like, I think what you're talking about then, just with respect to AI art, like not being able to create the kinds of things that it doesn't have like the same soul. It's just like an approximation of what other art is getting at. I think that maybe that's just because people are trying to do something with it as a medium that it's not equipped to do. In the same way that sometimes you play a video game, or like you play a video game that like doesn't really warrant being a video game, if that makes sense, or you watch a movie and you're like, wow, this would be so much better as a different medium, right? Like and the thing is that I'm not convinced that like there are things about AI art that that are good for it as a medium, and maybe like artists, like as AI art continues to be a thing, they will start to turn towards the things that AI art is good at, and not the things that AI art is bad at. I have an example of this. So like I'm sure that you've seen this image go around before. As far as I know, like all this is that it's somebody put a bunch of images into Artbreeder. I sent it to you on Discord. Have you seen this image before?
I've seen this one with the hole in the head.
Yeah, exactly. And it's specifically like usually what it's captioned with is name one thing in this photo. And the reason being that, all of the things in it look pretty recognizable, but it doesn't seem like you can exactly pin down what any of that is. And there's a lot of misinformation around this photo. As far as I know, it was just somebody screwing around in Artbreeder. But I think it made a compelling piece of art nonetheless, because the idea of looking at something where everything seems so familiar, yet you can't identify any of it, that's really compelling stuff. That is, I don't know, that would be much harder to do if you were trying to work with more conventional tools. I
think this would probably be easier and cheaper to produce if you asked an actual artist, and also what the result would be significantly more compelling. Great example of this, Salvador Dali. Salvador Dali did art that produces I would argue produces a significantly more acute and accurate version of what you're expressing here, which is that a world that looks wrong. I don't find this thing amazingly compelling. I look at this and I go, that's weird. and that's about
Okay.
all I have. But I look at a piece by Salvador Dali and I go, oh my God, like this is a piece infused with meaning, and I may not even be able to parse all of it because it's deliberately playing with me. But that is all the more interesting, that I am being played with by an artist who is messing with my perception and is messing with their own perception. Whereas this is a roll of the dice. Somebody threw some shit into a image generator and it made something that looked kind of weird. I don't find that compelling.
Okay. Well, I don't really have like a response to that other than like maybe this was just a bad example or a bad example to convince you. My only point
Maybe.
is that there are things that AI art is better at doing and things that it's worse at doing. So maybe
Sure.
the problem with AI art right now is just people haven't discovered what it's good at doing. And if they find things that it's good at doing that maybe other mediums aren't great at doing, then it'll go in a different direction and
Maybe.
be better, I guess,
Maybe it
or
will.
better for your by your standard, right?
I mean, I think that there are interesting applications for like AI generation. So, for example, and this is something that I've stuck by throughout this conversation, is that I do believe that AI generated images can be a part of a greater work that I would categorize as art. Like for example, if you had here's an example that's I think only loosely parallel but nonetheless important. I like games that are roguelikes. Roguelikes have a lot of algorithmic elements. They have things that are set into motion, and then the game runs a machine and generates things that are surprising and interesting within a controlled scope. Now, lots of games are contain roguelike elements. Tons of them do. In fact, that's one of the most popular like genres right now. And I think all of them, even the worst ones, are very artistic. But I don't know that just the generation, like if I was to take just a path generated in Slay the Spire by their algorithm and just look at the path, is that in and of itself art, or is that just sort of something that the art can be applied to, like a skeleton? And that's kind of the way that I look at it. AI art can certainly be applied to other things to make it part of a bigger piece. I just don't think it stands on its own two legs. I think it's too empty,
So
especially in
I
its
mean,
current form.
there is actually like a parallel to this. Like it's I don't how much Minecraft have you played?
Quite a lot.
Okay, so do you remember back when they had custom generated terrain? It,
Yeah, I don't know exactly. I'm not as like up on the technical side of it.
okay,
I don't know, but
so it
yes,
used
more
to
or
be
less.
that there was a world type where you could basically mess with all the levels, basically. So there were a bunch of parameters for world generation, and you could screw around with them. I understand what you're saying, but like I'm perfectly happy to say that like a Minecraft world being generated is art, especially if you are, actively going into the parameters and adjusting them until you get a result that you want. Like I don't see what the problem with calling
I
that
mean,
art would be.
I don't know. I guess like if it's just so if you were just to sort of look at the map of a randomly spawned world that somebody spawned using a world generation, and you were just to look at the map of that, would that in and of itself qualify as art to you? To me,
Uh,
it would be like what would be art, in my mind, would be what the person generates the canvas and then they do something with it. Or maybe they, I don't know, managed, I don't know. To me, I feel like we're pushing the definitions when we say that just the generation of the Minecraft world, an untouched Minecraft world, maybe that is art. If it's art, I find it to be incredibly uncompelling. I don't find like just the raw generation of a computer to be a compelling type of art, even
right.
if somebody did sort of pull the levers in the right direction. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is, I'd be willing to say
I
that,
don't
like,
think
to
you
some
can be
degree.
wrong for not finding it compelling. Like that's up to you.
Yeah, there was something I discussed earlier in this stream, which was the trail cam example, which is like, if you put out a trail cam, you are deciding where the trail cam is, but the trail cam takes pictures on an automated level. any motion or whatever you know curtail it to, it takes that picture and then you sift through and you select the cute photo of the deer that it happened to get by chance. The photo reel is not art in and of itself, but perhaps the ones that you select and how you present them could be art. And I guess you could argue that to some degree with AI art, what you select from those examples and how you present what you select could itself be the larger part of art. But again, I keep coming back to this position where the images produced by the AI itself is not the art. What is the art is what is done with those images. And I don't think that's true for many other things. Like I said, Hogpot is a vessel that is shaped like a pig. And we know another human made it. We know another human made it with purpose. We are given insight into their life. We can reflect on that. There's a social element, there's an intent, and there's context. And so as a result, it can produce an artistic experience that I don't know that is present in simply bearing witness to a randomly generated Minecraft world or a randomly generated image.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think that I can accept that position because I don't really have a whole lot more to say than I have already. I think that what it comes down to is that I have more of a permissive definition of art, and also you also don't find AI art all that compelling. Does that seem to summarize what's happened with this back and forth?
Yeah, I think that's relatively fair. I don't find AI art all that compelling. I find some examples of it relatively compelling, but in exploring the reasons why I don't find it compelling, a lot of questions were asked. That in my mind, I went through a lot of things. I said, okay, so what is it about this type of art that I find uncompelling? And the answer was always that it lacks in a number of things that I generally consider important for art. When I'm assessing other forms of art, when I'm enjoying them, I don't find those present for the most part. Or if they are present in such a diminished sense that I hardly consider it fair. I don't consider it like they're there in trace elements only. And so I guess that's pretty accurate. Again, I don't think there's like a big moral issue at play here. I get angry when people's responses are fucking stupid and they say dumb things. And then I tell them that I really, really wish that people would raise the bar for what they find acceptable and also give money to artists as opposed to just like goofing around with, tools made by tech bros. But whatever. At the end of the day, this is a conversation about art. And it is, it's highly subjective. So, yeah.
I can accept that. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. It was a great conversation.
Nice. Yeah. All right. One question. Do you mind if I have a YouTube channel? Would you mind if I clipped this out and like put it up on my YouTube channel?
Please. No, go ahead. That's totally fine.
All right, cool.
I get the feeling that that you're a significantly better faith interlocutor than the most people who clip me. But you absolutely always have my permission. You came on my show, so yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool. That's it.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming on and have a great day.
You too.
Bye for now. Well, that was a great conversation, even though we didn't agree on everything. That was a really, really interesting conversation, actually. I think we made progress, and I quite liked it. Yeah, that wasn't bad at all, actually. That was pretty impressive. Yeah, like I said, it was that bad. Oh, come on. It wasn't that. No, come on. Come on. Okay, I recognize that the audience here is going to have a very different standard than myself. You guys have no idea what I've had to sit through as far as debates go. This one was a little less spicy than you all would have liked, and therefore you're like, oh, resident sleeper shit. The rumor come out, does Bruno Mars is gay? Bruno Mars is gay is the most discussed in the media in the few years ago. Even it has happened in 2012, but some of the public still curious about what is actually happening. And to be the reason, there is a rumor comes out about his gay. At that time, he became the massive social networking rumor. Wait, watch this. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready, everyone? I am going to create art. Hold on, okay? I'm going to create art, okay? Watch this. Hold on. The rumor come out. Does Bruno Mars is gay? Bruno Mars is gay is the most discussed in the media a few years ago. It even hasn't happened in 2012. But some of the public still curious about what exactly happening. And to be the reason, there is a rumor that comes out about his gay. At that time, he became the massive social networking rumor. The public, especially his fans, are shocked. He just came out with his bad rumor, which is spread massively. This time, not about his music career, but his bad rumor. The rumor is out of standardize of hoax. According last reported, this singer revealed himself as homosexual. Do you still believe or not? This rumor is really much talked about, people, even by a person of his fans. This rumor comes out to the public and to be sub-news topic in the Chicago radio station. According to a CNN report, he makes the confession that he is as gay. Believe it or not, but at this time he said that confession, it was Sunday 1st April, which is called as April Mob or April Fool Day. At that moment, he also talked well that he did not make a joke. He just said that the timing is bad. I had not realized that it was April Mob, but it has been pointed out to myself. I do not want to go too public with this. As mentioned in CNN report, he just said, the word of too public makes some people curious in the studio. He was incredibly sad and ashamed of his confession. He is a talented singer and musician, but everything can be ruined rapidly with the rumor that Bruno Mars is gay. The public is already smashed with the rumor, which is hung on their mind. The rumor became the trending topic on Twitter at that time, especially women's fans. They are really disappointed of his confession of joy. However, everything goes well as normal as the first time, because he came back with his new confession that the rumor was a lie. In fact, Bruno Mars is success to trick lots of people and made him as the trending topic for the worldwide. Bruno Mars is gay is just a hoax. If it is happening for real, and Bruno Mars is gay for sure, his career might be terrible in the future. Unfortunately, the fans are already criticized in the media that give confession as guy in his bright career is a big fault to be a guy's bad thing as exposed to be in the media. In fact, he is not a guy, and he admires women as the beautiful thing in the world. It is shown through his first single of his second album of the Unorthodox Jukebox, which is entitled Lock Out the Heaven. This song has truly got inspiration by Halle Berry. He admits that this is true, and he just thought that her fiance is not offended by Bruno Mars' lyrics. Now, everything is clear enough that this is not true about Bruno Mars is gay. Thank you is BC when you are here, Imp, go, and you enjoy the future of Bruno Mars is gay, delivered is by the fans who enjoy Demon Mama. Press the like button, press subscribe, and give me some money, you goddamn motherfuckers. I can't believe we talked about AI art for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Do you see though, it is a compelling topic. This is why I chose to turn AI art into art by talking about it on my highly artistic stream. Yeah, that could definitely be a short. Actually, I will, Gayfesh, are you? I think Gayfesh is here. Gayfesh, if you're here, make sure you timestamp this so Jazz Dog can turn that into a short. Did you get my dono? It was a while back. Oh, sorry. I may have missed some donos while I was in there. Let me go double check my donations. I'm sorry if I missed your donation. I was distracted. 85D2D Derek with the $5. That was some goddamn good art. Thank you very much, 85D2D Derek. Xerox 13 Stir with the $5. Try visually well-defined objects. Visually well-defined means something with a lot of photos on the internet. Oof. Holic Master with the $10. Thank you. I felt that speech in my soul. Art is more than just athletic mastery. I hate it when people think that art is just about how well you can draw a line or play a single note. Fucking true! Captain Eve with the tier 2 sub. Someone comparing the photography I love to this AI dog shit is so offensive to me. Fair. 85D2D Derek says, I think AI art is human created art. You have to select an algorithm, train it, and figure out the inputs. Oh wait, I already read that one. Okay, so I've read everybody's now. Thank you so very much. I apologize for missing any donations. I get distracted when I am in a debate like that. We got lizards. You know, we were supposed to do even more today, but I said, I made promises to my lovely, lovely family of critters that I would not go too long. And keep in mind, I'm sorry, but I am still sweating my brains out from this goddamn COVID vaccine. That's right. That's right. I logged on here today and I made art for you, even though I have baby COVID from the COVID vaccine. Wait. And so I am gonna keep my promise, but I wanna thank you all for watching me for almost 5 hours today. And I have good news, which is that, of course, there will be many more Demon Mama streams in the near future. I have lots of things that I wanna share with you and talk to you about. I still wanna react to the alt-right playbook. I still wanna react to the Dennis Prager debate. I still wanna talk about a whole bunch of topics. However, I am but a human. I am not a AI image generation machine, so I cannot work without rest. So, and yes, we will be playing Cult of the Lamb. Do not worry, I will complete my entire Cult of the Lamb playthrough. I've just been crazy busy lately, and to be fair, the news cycle has been nuts, and it's been relevant stuff for me. So, thank you all very, very, very much for being here. Oh wait, what's this? Wait, you made a clip? We got a clip? Oh yeah, we got a clipper! The rumor come out. Does Bruno Mars is gay? Bruno Mars is gay is the most discussed in the media a few years ago. It even hasn't happened in 2012. Damn, this bitch is spitting! But some of the public still curious about what exactly happening. And to be the reason, there is a rumor that comes out about his gay. At that time, he became the massive social networking rumor. The public, especially his fans, are shocked. He just came out with his bad rumor, which is spread massively. This time, not about his music career, but his bad rumor. The rumor is out of standardize of hoax. According last reported, this singer revealed himself as homosexual. Do you still believe or not? This rumor is really much talked about, people, even by a person of his fans. The rumor— Wow, damn, she's spitting. What the fuck is she saying? Damn. Even in a person. Listen, that was wonderful. Oh yeah, what was I gonna, okay, so thank you for the clip. That was a fucking poggers clip. And I will have Jazz Dog make a short version of that. Hopefully that would be very fun. Yeah, click here to see Demon Mama have a stroke live on stream. Yeah, that would be a great one. We will be playing more Cult of the Lamb in the future, I promise. I mean it. It's just There's been too much to talk about lately, and I'm only one person. Thank you all for being my imps. Don't forget, do not die. And secondly, that I love my imps in the most communal way imaginable, to not be as parasocial as possible, but I love my imps very, very much. My community is wonderful, and you all make up my community, so thank you for being awesome. A lot of great things in the future. We're this close to 17K, which is fucking exciting. Maybe we'll do a little celebration or something. And yeah, that's about it. Much love to all of you. Have a wonderful night, and I will see you all very soon. Bye.